So how many of you actually practiced? Can you just
Yes, ma'am,
use
I'm
the
here.
chat feature to answer this?
Yes, ma'am, I opened.
Practice something new. Which feature did, if you can mention the feature as well, that would be awesome.
Can you repeat, please?
So my question, I'm interested to know that post the first session, did you implement anything or practiced?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what exactly you did?
I actually helped two of my friends to manage quick access toolbar
Okay, great.
and and to put in auto filter in place.
Uh-huh.
And I taught them about that flash fill
Oh,
with that
nice.
and and some of the basics of pivot table, how to insert it and all
Mm,
with using shortcuts.
that's
But yes,
nice.
with the flash fill, they were completely amazed.
It's like magic. The first time
Yeah,
I saw Flashfill, I was like, wow, it's something like I'm telling Excel to do it and it's doing it.
yeah, this is what he said. And to be very honest, first thing I taught him that first you have to teach the Excel.
Yeah. So
Thanks.
it's great. Good. So I can see in the chat,
Yeah, hi Vivek.
Flashfill. Hey,
Morning.
morning.
This is Ravinder.
Morning, Ravinder. So, Gaurav also pivot and Flashfill. And
Yeah,
you put
Vivek, I
everyone on mute,
also
right?
practice little bit, and I have a query regarding pivot. Can I
Okay.
share my screen
Yeah,
if
sure. Go
possible?
ahead.
Okay, just go.
I'm putting everyone on mute right now, just in case, and please unmute yourself. Ravinder also. Hmm. Ravinder, you're on mute. Sorry. Yeah. You were saying.
Yeah, this is the screen. I just try to this this pivot and this slicker
Slicer.
shading slicer. Sorry, slicer.
Yeah.
Just want to know, if I have to select, select all the, zones, then how I
You
will,
just unselect everything. So do you see the filter with cross button to the
yeah.
right? Yeah. If when you do not, so that's when everything is selected.
When I have to select, deselect all.
Deselect all. There is nothing called deselect all. Either you have all the selection, or you have to do some selection. You cannot deselect all. But deselection means everything is there.
Okay, okay, like in pivot there is a toolbar, na? Like if you see, I mentioned here, in filter zone, like this one.
Mhm.
So this select or deselect.
Even both same. If you select all and if you deselect all, both give you the same result.
Okay, 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 fine.
So slicer is nothing but just filters. The one which you're using as a filter, uh, but with a better look. And we'll talk about more today. One thing I'm also noticing that you have not done the pivot table settings the way I recommended. So didn't you find that useful, or you kind of?
Yeah, not little bit. Not so much, but little bit. I try to do
No,
something,
no,
but
I'm talking about the pivot table settings. The way your pivot table field list is displayed side
yes,
by side.
okay,
Right
okay,
now you don't have it side by side. You have the default one. So go to the show field list.
okay.
No, no, show field list. Right click, show field. Yeah. So right now, your fields are on the top, and then you have options to select. So click on the settings icon on the top right. Do the second one, side by side.
Okay.
This one, your field list will have, so you can drag and extend your field list.
Yes.
Background noise from your side?
Yes, from my side. Actually, there is a renovation going on my house there.
Renovation, yeah, it looks like. All right, not a problem.
Okay, thanks. Man.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, nothing else.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions, guys?
So Vivek, what is the shortcut to insert pivot? Because right now I'm doing it manually, going on the toolbar. So what is the shortcut?
Who can answer this?
Me.
All right, go ahead, please.
Alt plus D plus P. Alt DP.
All DP finish by F.
No, Alt DP. Finished by F.
Finish by F. That is.
Very nice.
So what was the shortcut for adding slicer? Or is there not
No,
any?
there is no slice, no shortcut as such. It's just that you right
Uh,
click.
One thing I am just wondering that Vivek, yesterday we have seen the pivot table from one Excel sheet.
Mm.
Can we align 2 or 3 Excel sheet in a single pivot table?
To answer your question, yes, you can do that, but then you need to use some advanced features of Excel, which is Power Pivot.
Okay.
Please repeat
So
again.
yes, you can have multiple data sources within Excel as well, and that option so that comes as a part of Power Pivot, which is kind of considered as advanced level of Excel.
Okay.
So I was talking about the blog. So it's not within the scope of the current session, but in case if you want to learn about it, it's not that technical actually. It's pretty. So I have an article about it. I wrote an article on that, so you can refer to that article, which is very Power Pivot. Hmm. I've posted the link on the chat. So I've mentioned how you can do Power Pivot with steps. So you want to give it a try, you should. In case if you're finding any challenges, then you can ask. We can use time post the session or pre-session to do that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. So on the blog, you will find a lot of articles around Excel and Power Query and Power Pivot, which can be considered as the advanced versions, but any other questions? No. Okay. So before we start for today's session, I just want to talk about the previous one. Uh, Although I have been asking you guys, but I came to know that some of you some of you felt that the pace of the session is kind of fast, but nobody said that. Till the time you don't voice it out, how will I come to know? So if you're not able to understand something, or if you want me to repeat something, and if you feel bad about asking, then actually that's not a very healthy way of learning. You have to be kind of shameless when it comes to learning. Ask till the time you don't understand. So there is a very famous saying: if you ask something, you will be stupid once. If you don't ask, you will be stupid forever. So I always follow this, and if it comes to learning, when it comes to learning, I always ensure I ask as many questions as I can, and let the trainer decide or tell me that, okay, whether I should be continuing asking, or we can park it later. But at least I should let the trainer know that I'm not able to understand, or it's going a bit fast. See, Excel, you will find when you type Excel tips and tricks or Excel tutorials, you will find a lot many of them on internet. The only one of the primary reason we are doing a more of a online session at the moment, so that you can ask questions and you can get answers then and there. Is there any other purpose, especially with the video online mode? I don't think there is any other benefit apart from that. You can ask questions, and your doubts can be clarified then and there. So my only recommendation right now would be to you all is, if you don't understand, if you feel like I'm going too fast, please voice it out. It's a personal responsibility. Don't get into a peer pressure that, oh, no one is asking questions, so why should I? Ultimately, it's gonna benefit you. Am I clear to you guys? Is this
Yes, Vivek, yes.
So don't feel bad about it if you're not understanding anything. Maybe I'm not teaching the right way. Or I shouldn't be saying this, but there's another saying: there is never a bad student, it's always a bad teacher. And that's why I love teaching, because it makes me learn how. So I learn so many things while I'm teaching, while I'm training something. Same thing, same tool. I've been doing this training for quite some time now, Excel trainings, and every time I learn something new. So
Good
being
morning,
that,
Vivek.
yeah.
Hello,
Good morning. Yeah.
Shiva this side.
Yes, Shiva.
So your teaching and everything is excellent, but we requested Anand. We required some more tips. Like, see, we doesn't know basics actually. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that is the reason we told yesterday to Anand, we required some more time. That means we required some. See, we doesn't know how to prepare a calculation part, and how to prepare the that Excel sheet, and how to prepare some formula. So we doesn't know all these things. Okay.
Mm.
So that is the reason we requested him to request you. We required some that basics. So that is the one submission from my side.
Okay.
Okay, your
So,
teaching, we not told that you are going fast and your teaching is not good, like not that. Your
no, no,
teaching is good
I'm
and
not.
everything is good. Yeah.
No, no, I'm not taking it personally. So, the only idea is that if you need something specific, please voice it out. That's my
Yeah.
only advice to you, everyone. That if
So
you feel like that I am not covering something, or you need some other topic to be covered, just put it there. At least put it there.
no, whatever you are teaching, you teach. So we will take some more extra time, maybe
Mhm.
20 second or other one day. We will spend half an hour time with you. Then we required some basic knowledge about Excel.
Yeah. So okay, great. But as the entire training program has been structured in such a way that we always start with the basics, and that's what we did. So we haven't covered any advanced features so far. We started with the basic formatting options, the features which you should be aware. Any Excel user should be aware, which is a quick access toolbar that everyone should be aware because it's useful. I don't have to actually look for features in multiple ribbons because at times I feel lost. So whatever you're using frequently, you can put it in the quick access toolbar. Then we started with what else we covered? Let's put it this way.
Vivek,
Yeah.
Vivek, sorry to interrupt you. Actually, I have one query related to this pivot. Na? Shall I share my screen?
Sure. Give me a minute. We'll come to your query. Right.
Okay,
All
okay.
right. We'll definitely do that. Just give me a minute. All right. What else we covered?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks. What else we covered apart from quick access toolbar? The flash fill we covered. What else? What was anyone? Maybe Wasim, would you like to share what else we covered on day one?
May I?
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah. This is
All right. Well, let Wasim answer, please. Thanks.
On the day one, actually, we started with the introductions, then followed by that one, what were our expectations we had shared with you. Then after
Okay.
that, the worksheet which you have shared now, in that one we had regarding the decimal point number, where we use that
What was that?
control, not only that
Whoa.
decimal formatted to 2 decimal points using
So
this
how do
the
you
control
categorize that? Uh,
using
what is
this
that
control
control shift
shift
two?
2 is
If
for
I'm,
time now.
yeah. So what do we call it? I can format something using format cell as well. If I'm using control shift 2, what do we call that feature?
That feature is called as this, actually correction of that time uh, in this
No. What do we call it? Anyone? What is the feature?
format cells.
No, we are formatting it, but what key, what category will you put this? That
Keyboard shortcut.
keyboard shortcuts. Thanks, Soumya. These are keyboard shortcuts. So we learned about keyboard shortcuts, where I can using keyboard shortcuts, I can transform any data into number, time, date, currency, and percentage. Yes. What else, Wasim?
hello. Yeah, that only in this control shortcuts we had learned for number, time, date, time, as well as currency and the percentage in this one.
So that was a
Then
keyboard shortcut. What else we learned?
apart from that, we had learned this quick analysis, control
Quick
Q.
analysis. What
Yeah,
exactly quick analysis we use for?
this is just they're also using this quick analysis. That is, we get like alt equal to or control Q.
Uh,
Uh,
yeah, but okay, Ramesh. Ramesh, you there? No, he has not joined. Okay. Jibin,
Yes.
what exactly quick analysis toolbar where you think we can find it useful in what scenarios? Quick analysis feature.
Select columns. I've taken note, but I don't recall that.
Who can answer this then?
Yeah, I can try.
All right, go ahead, please.
So in quick analysis, what we can do many things like specifically if you want to.
You want to share your screen and show it to us?
Yeah, I can try.
Go ahead, please. Thanks.
So I can see, data bars like this. I can create charts. I can create graphs which we can use in PowerPoint presentation as well, and like pie charts and all. So interactive things which we can do to present data particularly to group of people. So we can pass our message to more number of people with a simpler way. Formatting basically it does.
So
in
basically,
different-
quick analysis gives me the features which I can use to summarize and analyze data, right? And at times visualize it. So
Yeah,
if I have to,
yeah.
can I apply formulas as well?
Sorry.
Formulas.
Yeah, we can see greater than lower than top 10 and many things between like bottom 10, and we can highlight them as well.
Let's say I
Whatever.
have to calculate percentage of the grand total. So 126, or what is the percentage? Let's say 126 divided by the entire, which is 2667. The sum of, how can we do this?
As per my understanding means we are not going to put any formula in this. This automatically calculates.
How?
Just means different icons are there now. In that, if we go on the bottom, if we select the entire column or entire row, and then on the right side of just click on that, and this top 10 percentage, and if you still scroll like entire
No,
percentage will
this
be
is
there.
conditional formatting. This is conditional formatting.
This is
But if I need a percentage of 126 divided by 2667, what is that percentage? How can I get it with
Can
using quick?
I pitch in?
Yeah, sure, Soumya.
So Mohit, if you can select the table once again. Click on that quick analysis, that icon. Go to totals. Then depending on where you want to see it, probably just scroll towards the right. Next to the sum, there's a small arrow.
Yes. The same
Small
thing. Yeah.
arrow. Go to the right.
Further right.
Further right.
Yeah. Further
More.
right. Yeah. Here the total percentage is given. The second one. Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice. Thanks, Soumya. So you can do calculations as well, quick analysis. It's very useful feature. So you can do presentation, the visual representation using formatting, the conditional, basically those are conditional formatting options. Then you can quickly draw charts. But apart from that, you can do other stuffs as well. So quick analysis is very useful. All right, Wasim, what's next apart from quick analysis? Thanks, Mohit.
Document. Just waiting for its approval.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. After that, we had learned this text to column, data text to column, and flash fill.
Flash fill. Okay.
Yeah.
Flash fill has been the favorite for at least 3-4 guys, 4 of you who said that this is what they have used and shared with others. So anything? All right. Thanks, Wasim. So Ranjit Kumar, you there?
Yes, Vivek.
What else we covered on day one?
Then after I think we go to the pivot and using or analyzing data in pivot table.
Okay, pivot, we did that. Okay.
and we can also analyze the data by using pivot by arranging all the fields, and so
So we
and
covered
we
pivot
also,
apart from yes. So we covered a bit of pivot, but
yeah.
anything else apart from pivot we covered?
Um, Working means we adding the slicer, and working with that slicer also,
Which was in the pivot. Yes.
and we also this go to we also learn go to and go to special,
Hmm.
and we also learn the to making tables and formatting
Tables. What
tables
exactly
format.
tables? How benefit? What are the benefits of a table? If you can point out.
Actually, in that table, we can change the color, we can
So
change the
formatting
format
options. Okay.
on the formatting options, and we can also add the end of the table. Then it also helps in
So we can
uh,
get the totals.
we can get the totals,
Okay.
and mm, apart from that. And in table we can also sometime what happened when you go to the table, then the heading is sometime hides, so
Hmm.
uh,
So
this
headers are always visible.
headers are always visible on the top.
Uh, okay.
uh,
So my question here is, which is not related to table. This is all text right now.
mhm, mhm.
Is it a text or is it a number?
This is a number.
The sales per unit, it's a number or it's a text?
It's a
It's a
text.
text.
It's
And how can you, so Mohit said it's a text, but Ranjit, how can you say that it's a text or it's a number, or whether Mohit is right or wrong? Sales per unit.
So we'll just go to that highlighted icon, and we scroll down, and
How can you
we,
confirm whether it's a text or it's a number? So
So
for
the
example,
count is 15. The number count is 0. It's not reflected.
on the lower side,
yeah,
on the
status
bottom
bar.
of the side,
We call it
status bar,
status bar. Hmm.
it shows count only. It's a 15. So this is the
Uh,
counting on all the rows,
Who
and
said that's number count and the count? Who's the
Gaurav.
one? Gaurav. Thanks, Gaurav. Hmm. So right now, this is also here when I'm selecting sales, I'm getting other mathematical
yeah,
values.
there is an average count, numerical count, and
But
max
when I'm selecting this, the only thing which
uh,
I'm getting is
count.
it's a count. So that's the first thing. That's how you will recognize if it's not an alignment. Alignment I can do alignment anyway. I can actually right align or left align. Both are right now right aligned. But one is text, one is numbers.
Number.
So how can I convert it back to number? This is a text, but I know that this has to be a number. So how can I convert this into text? Sorry, number. This column.
Formatting.
Formatting like Control Shift 1. No,
No,
nothing will.
Yeah,
one
hello,
custom,
hello, Vivek.
Yeah.
control
Hello.
one custom
Yeah, we
formatting.
can use pay special value for this.
Is
Uh,
this Ashish?
yes,
Who's
yes.
okay, Ashish? So can you guide me how we can use pay special values for this?
If we use Control V S Control, just a minute. Alt S V, na?
Control Alt V.
Control
Hello.
Alt V what? So I select this and I do a Control Alt V.
Yeah.
First a control
No,
C.
first
No,
control C. Yeah.
Control C,
Control C. Okay.
Alt
I
SV.
and then I
Control.
copy. So I copied all this and then
Yes.
Control
S.
Alt V.
Yeah.
Okay.
Values.
Values.
It's still text.
Okay.
Can we change it through go to special?
No, we can't. How can we? Anyone? This goes for 2 points. Who can answer?
Could you repeat the question, Vivek? Sorry, I had to just divert my attention for a minute.
So this is text, but this is for our operations or for our purpose, we need it in form of numbers, just like this, so that we can get other mathematical operations. How can I convert this into number? From
Just a second. So I think we can, I'm just taking a guess here. So we select the table, do control 1, then custom, or probably just, probably select or go to number and probably convert it into a number from there.
no, nothing changed.
Mm.
Those features
Oh,
are
then
for formatting. We have to change the inherent property. Right now it's a text. We have to do, it's not formatting, it's the property of the cell. We have to convert into value.
Alt ESV is not working either, is it?
So tell me the steps.
Control C,
I copy this.
Control C, go to another cell maybe, then Alt ESV.
Control Alt V,
V.
paste special, basically. Now what?
V,
Equal
V.
values.
Values, V.
Values. Still text.
Oh.
Anyone else?
So Vivek,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we select this, can you select this cell and go to this I mean error and convert to number?
Yep, that's one way of doing it.
You also mentioned about the method of multiplying the number by 1 and then making it a numerical value.
Yes.
Right?
What was that method?
I think just maybe writing 1 somewhere and then multiplying 1, and this might give an error, no? This is a text
How can I
that's,
multiply one?
yeah, I just remember now that probably a
So I
text and
copy
a
this.
number.
I copy the number 1, paste special, values, multiply.
Yeah, right.
So we can do mathematical operations using paste special. Who answered the error one? Ravinder Pal Singh?
Yes.
Thanks, Ravinder. So I'll give you half number for this as in number 1 because you answered it 1. So one way of doing it this, but why it's not recommended? Or
I
in
think
what
it takes,
scenario it's not recommended?
if it's a huge data set, in those
Yeah.
cases, the Excel might get, it may hang.
Yeah, it will hang. It will hang the Excel. So it's not advisable if it's a huge data set. If it's a huge data set, then you use paste special
Multiplier. Yeah.
Multiply the value by 1. Now I have to format it 2 decimal places.
Control Shift 1.
Yep. Good. Very nice. So to jog down the memory lane, I have created a very short assessment. shared the link with you guys. Please submit your assessment.
Now
Yes,
or
now.
okay.
All right, I can see 6 responses. 7. Nine.
I got one wrong answer.
All right, we'll discuss that. Let's why one wrong?
Actually, I have in mind that 1, 2, 3 number for the shortcuts, so I thought it is this
Yeah.
thought because they are the change in a date.
Hmm. So you knew the answer, but you chose incorrect one. That's what you're
Yes,
saying. Okay,
yes.
not a problem. That
Actually,
happens.
actually, the shortcut click is in our mind is Control Shift 3. So I thought it's the last date. I just read that line as a date. So I thought it's just a change in a date. So Control Shift 3.
Not a problem. That's how we learn. Again, there is another saying: success never teaches us anything. It's always a failure. Right, 11 responses. I'm expecting 3 more. We have 14 and we have full house today, thankfully. It's 12, 2 more who are still doing it. Still 12, 13. Who's left now? All right, 14. Brilliant. So Ranjit Singh, Sandeep Kumar Yadav, Ashish Kaur, Sandeep Som, Mohammad Wasim, and Shiva Kumar. Perfect 5. Good. Then Soumya, Mohit, Jipin, Ranjit Kumar, and Gaurav Malhotra. 1 wrong. So let's quickly discuss problem statements. So the first question everyone answered correctly, which is good. So I can do max, min, and average in pivot. Second question. So Ravinder Pal, what happened? What was the?
Yeah, hi.
Hey. So what was your answer, and
I put none of the above.
and why is that?
Actually, I don't have an idea. I mean, that's why maybe it's custom formatting, but I have some doubt. That's why I just put none of the above.
So
Wrong
maybe
in
Shambhu.
this question actually.
Shambhu, can you answer this, and why and how?
It's custom.
Actually, I put number formatting, but I saw the correct answer is custom formatting.
Why is it the custom formatting? What is the requirement? That this number 20.
Okay.
If I write number 20, it should be formatted as 00 hyphen
002.
hyphen
Okay.
20. How can I achieve this? Anyone can answer. So maybe Sandeep Kumar Yadav can help me here because he answered it right.
Yeah, actually, it doesn't read 00 before any new number.
So if
So
I
we will
type
go
like
to
this, it becomes a text. So I don't want to make it a text. I want to keep it number, but I want to display it like that. So what should I do?
So I will select the cell and I will go to the format cells and
What is the keyboard shortcut for format cells?
keyboard shortcut for formatting cells. Control
Format
Shift.
cell. No, format cell. This window.
Control 1.
Yeah, Control 1. So Control Shift 1 will transform it into 2 decimal places, but if I'll do a Control 1, I get a format cell window. So I'm running to format cells now. What next?
Can I
So
try?
here I will to the
Let him try,
custom.
please. Yeah, custom.
and here I will go for the way I want it is a number. So I will write 00
Under type, where it's written general, I'll type 00 hyphen
hash. Yeah,
00.
hyphen it is 20.
20 or 00.
No. It is a number, not two. So I will write 00.
Hmm.
Double digit. Okay.
That's it. So it doesn't matter
Yeah.
what number I'm writing here in this cell, it will be put into this structure.
Yeah, whenever we give 4-digit number, it will automatically convert into that structure.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter whatever number I'm giving, it's gonna use that format. That 00 hyphen, basically number, then a hyphen, followed by number.
So Vivek, this is custom formatting, right?
This is custom formatting. I'm using custom formatting.
So I
Number
selected
format.
custom formatting only, I guess.
So if you have selected custom, it's fine. So Ramesh selected conditional formatting. Conditional formatting will
Yeah,
change
yeah.
look.
Okay.
Conditional formatting is basically you wanna do some color. Primarily, it's highlighting. When you wanna highlight something, then you do conditional formatting.
Understandable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Putting everyone on mute right now. Closing all the windows. All right. Moving to the next question. This half of you answered incorrect, and I'm just guessing it's because of the trick.
Yeah, control shift 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shift was missing. That
Yeah,
was the reason.
shift was missing. So
Yeah.
people said, "Oh, control 3. It looks
Oh,
familiar."
yeah, this is there. This is
Which
This
you
is
all need
like
to think this.
missing. This is like missing in the question not to be done, and you miss that not
Yeah.
and just to be done, and you
By
go
the
for
way,
it.
what exactly control 3 does?
Mm.
Date.
date.
No.
It's a
Control
bold
shift
italic.
3 is a date. It's a bold italic.
Italic, yes, that's right.
Okay.
So you primarily we use control I. That's why I don't use that keyboard shortcut because that's how our hands are trained. Control I. But yeah, control 3 is not the answer. So the answer is none of the above because for date format, it's control shift 3. This one everyone answered right. So let's move to the next one. Yeah. This one again, Ravinder,
Yes, Vivek.
you were the only one who answered it incorrect.
Yes,
So
I can. I mean, actually, I didn't. I mean, understand this question because it's like I can create, not set. I mean, how can I create my own keyboard shortcuts? I don't understand. So it's
so
default shortcuts now. You cannot create.
you can. Okay, who can answer this if you can or
See,
what do
Like
what does
creating shortcut means we have to put it on the top of our this
I
desktop so
creating
that we
means
can save time.
new one.
so if let's
If you
just
Yes.
want,
say if I have to
if you
create a
want,
keyboard shortcut for pay special, I don't want to control alt use a different keyboard shortcut. Putting everyone mute. Yeah, keyboard shortcut for pay special. So what I can do is I go to the pay special. So first is I have to. This is my pay special. Oh, it's already on my quick access toolbar. See, pay special is already in my quick access toolbar. So how can I invoke? So the keyboard shortcut assigned by Excel is for pay special Control Alt V. If you'll hover on the pay special icon, it will give you the keyboard shortcut Control Alt V. Do you see this? But since it's on my quick access toolbar, if I press Alt key and if I'll do number one, So if I press together Alt and 1, I have my own keyboard shortcut for paste special. If I have to sort this table, or if I have to, let's say, increase the text size, so it's 09. What is my keyboard shortcut for if I have to increase the text size?
Alt 09.
Alt
Alt
9.
09. No, Alt 09. Alt 9 is different then. So you have to
Alt
follow
9 will be function 9. I think that would be
different
charts.
for
Yes.
charts. It's for chart for me. So depending on what's your position of your features which you have added in the quick access toolbar, you can have your own keyboard shortcut. So for example, if I want to, let's just say, yeah, this grid line. So I prefer switching off my grid lines. Instead of grid line view, I prefer a blank white space. And I do this quite often in my most of the files which I always share.
So, Vivek, you can go some more about this grade lines, because sometimes I receive a file that is like this. There is no
white
grade line, so
like
I have yeah. So I face.
I'll talk about that. Yes, I was talking about that only. So while I'm covering few old topics, I'm also trying to add new ones. So grid lines, because there is a concept called data to ink ratio. Have you heard about this?
No.
So we use it in visualization. Whenever, so it's a very common terminology when it comes to visualization. So let's imagine, or let's consider this, that you have a blank white paper, okay, and you have to create a report. Will you draw these grid lines there?
No.
You will not. But if you want to, then you might want to add a border for this table only.
Okay.
You want to do this versus grid line for entire sheet, right?
Right.
And why you not doing? Why you will not do that? Why you will not add grid lines in your blank white paper?
Because it not looks good. Means
basically it's not adding value. It's not helping you to tell your convey your information.
Right.
Right. So the data to ink ratio is that. So you avoid, or you let me put it this way, you use only that amount of ink which is helping you to tell the story or convey the information. Rest you do away. So for that you can go to view and then you have a grid line. So you can switch on and switch off. Since I use it quite frequently, so I added it in my quick access toolbar so that I don't have to toggle between the multiple ribbons. And to if I have to create a keyboard shortcut for this, and let's say I want it to be Alt 2. If I do an Alt 2, it should switch on and switch off the grid lines. I'll go to customize quick access toolbar. This is my grid lines. Where is my grid line? I'll move to the second position. Now when I do an Alt 2, grid lines will turn on. When I do an Alt 2 one more time, grid lines will turn off.
Right. The one thing I learned yesterday means for me at least, which is more useful, is that this ribbon that you are saying. So I just find a grid line and just quick access toolbar. So I just add this grid line to my quick access toolbar. So next time I don't have any problem to find out this.
Yeah. This is the first thing which I always do, especially when I have a new system or a laptop. I always quickly arrange my toolbars.
As
Just like a mechanic or maybe not an artist. The first thing an artist will always do is arrange their tools or brushes, right? Or their instruments. They will put it in order. So this is the first thing I always do. So Ravinder, to answer now, did I create my own keyboard shortcut?
Yes, you can. I mean, we can. But my point is we can't create. We only set in,
Okay, so maybe we are playing with the words right now, but that's what I meant.
right, right.
That's what I exactly meant, that we can have our own keyboard shortcut. Okay. So my whole idea is, did you understand the concept and the logic? Let's not get into the words, but if you want to have your own keyboard shortcut, you can have it based on your own convenience.
Okay.
All right. So there are some standard keyboard shortcuts. There are a few which you can set for yourself.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Great.
So,
Any other questions?
Vivek,
Yeah.
those who scored 7 out of 7, any points for them?
So yes, so those were points, and can you see the scoreboard right now? So I told you every day there will be assessments. So these were your pre-assessment scores, and tomorrow I'll add today's assessment as well, and you getting in-session points, and accordingly there is a ranking. For today, my focus will be these 4 guys. 5.
So today these 4 are in your target.
Yeah, because I want to ensure that everyone is learning, right? That's my idea. So
Soumya is the safest one.
yeah.
For now, I don't know how it shapes up in the coming sessions. Let's see. You guys might catch up completely.
Yeah. It's
We will try
basically
to
it's a
give you
healthy.
competition. Yeah.
Please
Great.
go for it.
That's what I would look forward to. Then that's where you will make this session interactive and interesting. Otherwise, it's going to be a very boring session. Okay.
So I have answered that custom formatting also to you.
Yeah. So that was part of now. From now onwards, any question you will answer will add it here. It will come to here. And how
Vivek,
can
in the
I?
spirit of competition, just one thing. Please make sure that you're rewarding everyone for who's answering the question. Sometimes it is getting skipped.
So you highlight then.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Now another question. I want to see this number 2 or this number 15, where it's coming from. How can I check?
Dependence.
Didn't
Trace
get the
dependence.
question.
Trace
Trace
dependence.
dependence.
Yeah.
All right.
Could you
Ranjit,
repeat
how?
the question, Vivek, just to make sure I
So
understand what
this
you're asking?
number 15, where it is coming from? Which all
We
cell?
just
Okay,
invert
okay.
this with it means by number in a decreasing order. It means 14 to 1. Then
But
automatically
no,
it goes up.
it's whether it's a formula, not a formula, it's a formula. But which all cell it is referring to?
Pre-assessment
Trace
plus in-session.
dependence.
Trace
This
dependence in
this
Trace
is
dependence. Yeah.
formula go to trace dependence. Or you
No,
can
trace dependence is it's telling you where it is all being used. So this total points is used to calculate rank.
So precedence, trace precedence can also be used.
precedence. Yeah, precedence.
Precedence. Very nice. So if I'll do a trace
Formula.
precedent,
Yeah.
so it's saying it's coming from
Summation of
these
this
two.
pre-assessment and in-session. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So today we are supposed to do some formulas. Before the formulas, I would like to cover some basic aspects which we did yesterday also. So we talked about referencing. What is that referencing? Excel uses references. What is referencing, by the way, in general term? In
Probably where the data has been derived
References
from,
like from
source.
where the data has been captured.
We set an
And
example, and from where we just take the reference. That means if you in general, if you are taking an example from a book, so we are taking the reference of that book. So reference, I think in general, it signifies.
Basically, yeah. Where you're taking, what's the source in general, right? What is
Yeah,
the source?
it's right.
Source.
Right.
So if I'll do an equal to, let's say, okay, let me not this one scorecard. I'll not mingle with the scorecard. So I wanna do a quick sum of this. What is the keyboard shortcut?
Alt is equal to.
Who said that?
Alt equal.
Mohit. And if I want to copy the formula in this cell next to it, because again I want to sum the sales.
Control copy
Control
and
C, Control C, Control C.
Control C, Control V, 2 steps. I want in one single step.
Control E.
We can just
Control E.
No.
No. Control E is for name split, I think.
Paste.
Control E was for what? Control E was for which one?
It's for name split.
No,
Flash.
Alt E, Alt
Flash
E
fill.
S.
Control is flash
Alt
fill.
E S.
I talked about Control R yesterday. Remember? Control R, Control D. Control R
It's
is
for go to, I
anything
think,
on-
na?
No.
Go to?
That's Control G.
That's Control G.
Okay.
So Control right, basically Control R, anything on the left hand side, whatever content in the cell on the left hand side, you do a Control R, it will simply replicate it. What will happen if
So-
I do a Control D?
Vivek, sorry, a question there. So typically when we in case of copying the formula, we sometimes drag it simply, right? The formula gets copied. So Control R is specific to the formula, or is it specific to the function that I'm trying to do?
Anything. Doesn't, whatever is in the previous cell, on the left cell, Control R will just simply, so you do copy paste, Control C, Control V.
Only on the left cell, or
Yeah,
on the left.
we do copy paste.
You do a Control C, Control V.
Yeah.
So
You do Control
Vivek,
R for that. Yeah.
so in that case, if we take it in the previous one, like left side, then what would be the shortcut?
Left side.
Yeah.
As in?
No, this
As they're
summation
copying
like
it on
you
the
have already,
right, they want to use it on the
yeah,
left.
control R you have done for the right. For the left, like will
No,
it
there
be
is no,
control
there
L,
is no
something
left.
like that?
No, there is no control. There is no left. So either you can go right or you can go down. What's a conventional way of moving of in how you move when you write or when you calculate? Conventional is you go from left to right and top to bottom. That's the conventional way. When you're creating something, when you're adding values, we start from left and you go to the right, and you start from the top, you come to the, you go down.
Bottom.
So that's where Control R, when you left to right, Control D, top
to bottom. Means just upper, just upper.
Yeah, so there is no
column
reverse
below.
gear here.
Yeah.
So there is no reverse gear to answer your question. It's only forward.
Why not? It's a Control Z is working in this also. If you are doing something,
Control
and
Z
then
is different. Control Z is something different. Basically, it's
means-
undo the previous action.
Yeah. So at least we can go to the last page. Na?
Yeah, obviously. So
we can do correction at least.
yeah. So okay, let me put. So let me ask another question. I want to revert to this step. Basically, I want to undo all these steps. How will you do it?
Control Z.
How many times?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
5 times.
5 times. As time as we have did it.
Yeah.
You have a timestamp. You know, time machines.
Yes.
Have you seen time machines?
No.
No, this is a time machine. You can go anytime in the. You can select which step you wanna jump to?
Okay.
Backward, forward, both. So instead of 5, I can actually do it in 2. Or for that matter, if I have to undo everything.
Okay.
See, I'm reversing the time. Similarly, I can go in the future and I can see things happening. This also saves time, right? So you can do a control Z or multiple times, or you can come to your undo and redo option, click on the drop down, and you can pick and choose which you can straight away jump to that point in time. Okay. Questions? Anything? Any questions here? No?
All good.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. All right. Now moving to the next one. So I created a formula here, and I copy pasted or did a control R for that matter. So if I have to write a formula, the same formula, which is sales divided by order quantity, I will do equal to like this.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see any change or anything strange in my formula? Another question?
I
The total is sum is different.
No.
so I think the way it is referencing, -1 and -2. So the cell becomes 0, and the positioning of the reference cells has been given with reference to the cell where we need the output.
I'm talking about this portion.
Right.
Can you see it? Oops, sorry. I did some extra zooming. Mm, 300% no. Yeah. Look at my formula bar. So how I can identify whether my cell has a formula or not. Either I select the cell and then I'll see the formula bar. Mine is showing RC -1 RC divided by RC -2. What exactly this means, Soumya? You were explaining this.
Right. So I was saying that the output cell, which is where 71.23 is written, that is considered as 0. And the cells which have been used as reference, they have been identified with respect to their position from 0.
Yeah. You guys understood this?
Please explain once more.
Yeah.
No.
So
Vivek, please, would you please explain one more?
yeah, sure. So this point, this cell is you can say ground 0. Now if you have to tell a position that you have to move to the left, what is the formula? Formula is order quantity, sorry, sales divided by order quantity. This is the formula.
Right.
Yes.
So how Excel is reading this? If you apply a formula, in your case, it should be reading. Okay, can somebody tell me their formula in their cell, in their Excel, what it is reading right now? This formula. What is the formula? It should be some.
It will read I-19 divide by H19. So if we put a formula,
Yeah.
sales by unit.
This is the formula for you guys, for most of you.
Excel
19
numbers,
is.
Excel numbers.
Yeah, 19 is my row.
Row.
19 is row.
Yes, right. 19 is row.
H and I are
column.
column.
H is for sales.
Yeah, H is for sales. This is sales. This is for quantity. Right? So far, so good? But that's not how Excel reads it. The way Excel reads it, that from the current position for sales, go one column back. So if it's column 0, then go column -1.
C -1.
How many rows it has to go up or down? 0. It's in the same row, right? So for getting sales, go to the previous cell, which is one column minus, but in the same row. For quantity, what is that number would be? C will be
-2.
Row will be
0.
Right? This type of referencing, we call it R1C1. R stands for row, C stands for column. So what will happen if I copy this formula and paste it here? If I paste it to the next cell, what will that formula will become? In your case.
So it will become.
It will divide
20 divided by H19. I mean, in that order.
No, I'm pasting it here in this next column.
So it will be 71 divided by 13177.
Look at the formula, which cells they are referring to now. In your case, H became?
H will become I and
I will become
J.
J, right? But if I paste it here, look at my formula. If I'm doing an R1C1, my formula remains as is. Am I confusing you, or are you understanding what is happening?
Vivek, what's the utility of maintaining this and not doing an auto sum or a division simply? I mean, how does the formula remaining constant help us with respect to positioning?
Sorry, say that again one more time.
So I'm just trying to understand the utility of doing this a formula identification with respect to the positioning of the cells. So how does
Because everything is dependent on this. If you want to understand how formula works, this is the basic. So there are two terms in Excel: relative referencing and absolute referencing. If you want to master And not even master. If you want to understand how the formula is working, then you need to understand these two concepts. So here my formula, I put it in the normal terms now. My formula is H19 divided by G19. If I copy paste it here, H become I and G became H. If I keep on moving to the right, it's keep on shifting. Why it is keep on shifting?
Because we've not
Because we are
made
because
anything
we are
constant. We've not
Sorry.
fixed the column or the row that needs to stay as the reference.
Because yes, and that's what the relative referencing is. Because Excel is not understanding. I'm putting everyone on mute. For Excel, you might be reading this formula as I19 divided by H19, or for that matter, H19 divided by G19. That's how you might be reading it, but that's not how Excel is reading it. The way Excel is reading it is, and that is what we call it, the relative referencing. And you can, for your own learning purpose, you can go to Excel options, formulas, R1 C1 style reference. When you switch that on, this is how Excel is reading it.
Okay.
That row 0, column -1 divided by row 0, column -2. From the current cell, stay in the current row, but go to the previous column. From the current cell, stay in the current row, go to the 2-step back. And if I copy paste this formula, that's how my formula is. So before and after, let me do an before and after. So I'll take a screenshot of this. And I switch back Excel options, formulas. Can you see the difference?
Yeah.
So Excel right now it's showing that I'm reading this formula as H19 to G19, but at the back end, it is doing RC -1 divided by RC -2. It's positioning. It's basically taking a reference of current position. So that's relative referencing, which means if I copy paste the formula, if I'll keep moving to the right, my formula reference will change. It will no longer will always refer to the same cells. So how we can rectify, how can we ensure that Excel should read this cell as H19 and G19, always not R1 C1. That's where we call it absolute. So we gonna assign absolute values. And how we assign an absolute? So any cell in Excel is defined by what? The column
Its
number,
position. Yeah.
column,
And row
and
number.
then followed by row number.
Row.
So if I'm saying B3, if I'll say Control G and go to B3, that's how it will move to the B3 cell. So if anything, if I want to fix, what I will do is I'll assign a $sign before it. So if I want to ensure that my column doesn't change, this value B doesn't change, I assign a dollar value before it. Basically, I'm bribing it. If I want my row number should not change, then I put a dollar before the row number. So let's see it in this example. So in B3, I added a value 3.
So is it
Now
like
in this,
freezing?
yes, that's what we also call freezing. That's an unofficial term, freezing. But what you're doing is giving an absolute reference. So right now it's saying B3. If I copy it 2 cell down, what will this formula will become B3 if I'll move 2 rows down? Instead of B3, what it will be?
B.
Sorry? Here it's B3. If I move 1, 2 steps down.
B5.
Put it on the chat. Okay. B5. It became B5. If I move 2 cells to the right.
D5.
Same row. If I move here, 1 cell down, 1 cell right.
C4.
I am getting a ref error
Reference.
because I copied it from here. D5. What is if we'll convert this R1 C1 style? What will be this D5 equals to D5 in R1 C1 language? Equal to D5 in R1 C1. What will be the language?
R2 C2.
R.
Give me the values for R. How many rows we have to move?
2.
R minus 2.
Minus 2 or I'm saying D5. I'm in D9. Right
Plus
now I'm
2,
in
plus
9th.
2.
Minus 4.
So it's minus.
How many rows?
6.
Minus 4.
I'm moving 4 rows up.
Minus 4.
This is a current row. 1, 2, 3, 4. And how many columns I'm moving? How many columns I'm moving?
2.
0.
No,
From
I'm
the
pasting it
reference
here.
cell.
I'm pasting it here. If I copy this formula and paste it here in C4.
1 row.
Minus
Move 1 column, 1 column.
So minus 1.
Minus 1. Right? So if I paste it here, why I'm getting a reference error then?
Because it is
we are
moving
moving
beyond the
backward.
scope of the Excel table. I mean,
And
the
we are
reference points are outside the current gamut.
And we are moving backward, and which is not not understand by this Excel.
So
It's
yeah,
R
from
minus
the
5.
from the current position, Excel is not able to move 4 rows up because
Right.
after 3 rows it ends.
वो सबमिट कहाँ हुआ है? 31 रुपए वो तो ले नहीं रहा वेबसाइट, और क्या मेथड है जाने का? आपने बोल दिया कि आपने अप्लाई किया हुआ है.
Putting on mute, right? And that's why we are getting a reference error, because Excel by default is using an R1 C1 style of referencing, although it looks like it's giving a name, but it is not doing that at the back end. So how can we fix this? Now my objective is that every time wherever I copy, so if I equal to this formula, every time I copy paste this formula, doesn't matter where, it should always refer to B3. What should I do? I will put a dollar sign before B and I put a dollar sign before 3. This way, I'll ensure doesn't matter where I'm pasting. It is always referring to P3 only, because that's how I fixed it. That's how I made it absolute. That no longer your R1 C1 style referencing. It is always going to be absolute referencing. So you put $sign before. So whatever part you put $sign, that will not change. That number will not change at all. So coming back to this example, if I copy paste this formula is right now G4 to G18, right? And how I'm getting into this mode? What is the keyboard shortcut that I can get inside the cell?
Alt is equal to.
No. Get inside the cell. This is alt equal to will apply the formula. But what is the formula and what all cell it is? This we call it edit mode, by the way.
F2.
This
F2.
Yes. In your case, you might have to do a function F2. So right now this formula is G4 to G18. If I copy and paste it here, 6 rows below, what that formula will become?
It will move by six rows down. So
It will become G19, G9 to
G9.
G23.
Right.
So one way is I manually drag and drop and fix this, or correct this, not fixing. I'm correcting this just by manually dragging and dropping, just like using mouse. I can move this around. You hover the mouse, when you get this, your icon changes, you can actually click and then drag and move it around. So now my objective is that if I copy paste this formula, if I go down here, it should always refer to G4. So this number G4 to G18 should not change. What should I do?
We just add a dollar in front of for $4, I think.
Why $4 and why not $G4?
$G
Let's see.
$4.
Let's
$G
do it both. Let's do it both. So using function 4 key, you can add. So when you click F4 once, it adds $2 before the column and the row number. So if I'll say equal to, let's say equal to this cell G19, and if I do a F4 once, in your case, it may be a function F4. So it will apply $sign before the column name and the row number. If you press F4 one more time, it will just apply a $sign before the row number. You do it one more time F4, it will apply the $sign just before the column and not for the row. And fourth time, it's a cycle, so it removes it. So it's a toggle, F4 key. So I wrote this formula equal to sum and did an F4. So right now I have a $sign before G and a 4 and then G and 18. Now I copy this formula below, or doesn't matter where I'm copy pasting it, it is always referencing to G4 to G18. I'll take a pause, let you guys do this, then we'll move to the next level. of relative absolute referencing. Done?
Vivek, it's done, but can you just explain once more in terms of incorporating dollar sign using F4 key?
So F4 adds a dollar.
Okay.
So it's a toggle. So when, let's say
Okay.
you're writing a formula. So I'm writing a formula sum of this.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now I have to add a dollar. I have to freeze it. So either I
Okay.
manually do it, you go and click and manually do it,
Okay.
or you can simply use the F4 key to do that.
I will try again this.
So while you're writing the formula, so let's say you did alt equal to here. And while this G4 to G18 selected, you do F4 or function F4 in your case, it assigns dollar. So basically, it's a keyboard shortcut to assign dollar.
So Vivek,
Yeah.
yeah, as per my understanding, the utility of this function is when we use, say, put some formula for two different columns, say multiply or something like that. We drag it, and then if we copy and paste that column to somewhere else. Earlier, we were doing like paste value, then the value was coming. Now, with the help of this, like we can directly paste, and the things will go automatically.
Exactly. So the primary objective of doing an absolute referencing, one of the reason is that you write one formula and then you copy paste anywhere,
Okay.
and it will move accordingly. So you don't have to type, and especially when it comes handy when you're just dragging the formula in from one cell to multiple cells. So when we'll do formula more, we will come to know where all it's useful. But right now, just focus on the concept. The utility aspect will cover. Okay.
Yeah.
Done, guys. Rest of you applied
So
this.
Vivek, I have used F4. Now, if I don't want to put a dollar, or maybe I want to put dollar on H and don't want to put dollar on the row number. So how will you use F4 in this case?
So you have to do it twice. So you come to that segment. Let's say I want to do $G4. That's how I want to read it.
Yeah.
So I am somewhere in that area where either a G or around 4. Either you can delete it simply, or using F4 you have to do it twice. So you click on F4 and you will get to know which one is giving you the result.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we are we good with this right now? So doesn't matter where I paste this formula, it will always refer to G4 to G18 because I've freezed everything. So now what will happen if I'll do a control R here in the column H19?
So it will copy the same formula.
So it will give me what number, 185 or some of this?
Sum because it's frozen the formula. So it will give the sum.
No, it's
Sum of
185.
order quantity.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It is a fixed one, so it will just copy
Because
it.
I've made it absolute. I told Excel, I've informed Excel, do not change either the value G or the number 4 or here G to 18. Do not change anything. I've paid you my money. Don't change. So, but it's not helping me here. Earlier I was able to apply the formula like this, and when I do a control R, it was helpful because it was flexible. So how can I achieve both? That I can apply a formula here and I copy paste. So I achieve partial, I'll say referencing, absolute referencing. So which part I don't want to change and which part I want to change in this G4 to G18. Shiva, you this formula, Shiva, you there? Hello. Who else can answer? Maybe Gaurav?
Yeah.
So now if I need to copy, I have to create a formula in such a way that if I copy this and move to the next cell, it should move the column, but it should not move the row name. Basically, the column should change, but row should not. Column is relative, row is fixed. So where should I put a dollar sign?
I will put a dollar in the row number 19.
Like this.
Can you move it back to note?
I'm on the notepad.
I will put a dollar in against 18 and 4. Yeah.
So there are 3 formulas. I can have 3 formulas. One is this. Sorry. So I have 3 formulas. Which one will give me the desired results if I copy paste from this cell to, or basically when I do a control R, which of these 3 will give me the desired results and why?
Can you go back to the Excel?
Third one.
Second one would give the result.
I will go for second because I don't want to change the column number. The row number, the column number, but sorry, I don't want to change the row number, but column is going to change. So I will go for the second one.
All right, that's so because my data is from row 4th to row 18.
18.
So I don't want my row numbers to change.
Yeah.
And that's why I put a dollar sign in this. But at the moment, order quantity in column G, it's order quantity, but sales is in column H.
Yeah.
So I want this to be relative, column to be relative. Right? So
Yeah.
if I use this formula in here and when I do a control R, so the benefit is if I copy this formula down here, will I get the same result or it will be different?
Sorry, could you repeat, Vivek? Which formula are we talking about?
Now I had applied these 2 formulas, sum of G $4, G $18, and sum of H $4, H
It will be
$18.
different. It will be different
I copy
because
this
now
and
we
I
are
paste
changing
it
the
here.
row. It will be different because we are changing the row also.
It will move.
Will be same.
Okay, put it on the chat. How many same? How many different? Let's see. Need response from everyone. These are the building blocks of Excel formulas. If you understood this, understanding formula will be cake on the park. Walk in the park, sorry. As easy as cake. Cakewalk. Same, different, same, different, same. I'm guessing there will be 50-50% audience poll.
So we are maintaining the dollar sign to both G and 4, right? That's the formula, right? Which you have highlighted.
Yes, this I'm using this formula.
Second one, oh, sorry, then my answer would change. Sorry.
You're using this formula, so we wanted to see. So basically, I'm using this formula. I'm pasting it here. Now I'm pasting it in column H19. Now I copied this two formulas and I'm pasting 4 rows down. Will I get the different result or same result? So it looks like a split, almost equal split. Haven't got response from Shiva. He's not online or what? You could those who don't know can say no clue as well. So Sandeep Yadav.
Yeah.
Your answer is same. Why exactly it's going to be same?
Because G is a column, and we put dollar in front of like row. So when we put dollar, we fix it. So we have fixed the column from 4 to 18. So that's why I will
Column or
get
row number?
sorry, row number. We have fixed the row number from 4 to 18. So I will get the same sum in the same column of G.
Very nice. My column, I'm not changing my column. We are in the same column. So my relative referencing for column remains as is. And since we have fixed the row numbers 4 to 18, doesn't matter now where I am pasting the formula in the same column. It's going to give me the exact same result.
Because it's referring the values actually, which are there.
Yes. Now I've made it that number 4 and number 18 should not change.
So I think Vivek, had we pasted it somewhere else, not maintaining the same column, say probably we pasted it in column I or J, then probably the values might have changed to some extent.
Yes,
Right?
because I'm changing the
Right,
columns
right,
now.
right. Makes sense.
Right?
Vivek, can you show me that notepad once, that formula? Okay, thank you.
So if I copy paste this formula and paste it here, if I paste it here, what will be the result? I'm using this $G, $4, $G, $18.
It will be same as G.
185.
185 doesn't matter
Yeah.
where I paste it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It will be always 185 when I copy paste it. Doesn't matter where I'm pasting it, which part of Excel, because I'm saying nothing should change.
Yes.
In this case, what I'm looking for is that my sales are in, or order quantity is from row to 4 to row 18. So I'm getting that value, but I can copy paste this formula for sales as well. So from G, make it H, because I now want the sum of column H, where records are in from row 4 to row 18. Understood? So let's add a column. And I'm using a formula, rand between. Rand between is, as the name suggests, it generates random number between the start point and end point. So I'm writing this formula and between pay special values. I have to convert this into percentage. What should I do?
Control Alt 5.
Control Alt V. V.
Control Alt V.
Yeah, Control 5. Yeah.
Control Alt 5.
Yes.
Control
Shift
Shift 5.
Control Shift 5.
Oh, it's made 20 as 2000%.
But we can do at pay special, I guess.
20 is what? If number 20 is 20%, what is 20% in numbers?
0.2.
0.2. So we need to divide it by 100.
Yes.
How can we divide it by 100?
We can multiply it by 0.001.
Or write the number, go to
Paste special.
pay special, then divide. Yeah.
Now if I format as a percentage, so discount. Okay, very nice. So sales post discount will be
The column H, so just select into so there are two ways. I mean, I always use the longer way, I believe. So I generally, take the remainder and multiply that, or minus H4 into 20%. That's
I can do 1 minus 20%.
yes. I mean, then convert into a number. Yeah.
So basically, I'm writing a mathematical formula that this is my discount amount, discount percentage, 869. So 20% discount, which means how much effective price it is? 80% of it.
80%. Yeah.
So how can I do a 80% is 1 minus 20?
मैं देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ कुछ भी, मतलब इसमें
1 minus this will give me what? Effective price? %. This one is going to be 82%, 96%, 7%. If there is a discount of 40% on any item, what is the effective price? 60% of it.
60.
So, which means I have to multiply this by sales. So this is my effective price. Do this. Perform these two. Add a random discount number. And then get an effective price, a price
Hello.
post discount.
Hello, Vivek.
Yeah.
Sandeep. Actually, I think I'm facing some problem because I'm not able to see anything. So I just try to fix up with the IT. Could you please allow me for at least 10 to 15 minutes? Okay.
Let me reshare my screen. Maybe that would help.
I'm not able to see. I can see all the participants, but I cannot see. The same problem I'm facing last day also while my meeting. So I just had a talk with my IT team. Could you please allow me for 10 minutes to fix up this problem?
Sure. Take your time. For the rest of you guys, add these two columns.
Can you repeat the formula? Price post discount.
It's basically sales multiplied by 1 minus discount. sales value multiplied by 1 minus discount percentage in brackets. You have to put 1 minus discount percentage into brackets. What
1
will
minus
happen if
discount is 20%, so you wrote 1 minus 14.
1 minus I14? It's I. I'm
Okay,
referring to the
I4.
cell. I4 by the way.
1 minus I.
Alright, guys, there
Vivek,
is a
have
power.
you, what was the formula for a random number?
Rand between.
Rand. Display will
Vivek, your voice is cracking.
done that, guys.
Am I the only one who still cannot hear Vivek?
Yeah, I am also not able to hear Vivek's voice.
Not able to, or also
Okay.
not able to see the screen.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, can you hear me fine now?
Yeah, it's
You're much audible.
Yes. Or your screen is, are you sharing the screen, Vivek?
Not yet. Actually, so there is a power cut, so my Wi-Fi is shut off, and I'm working on my backup one. So display will be off a minute while the backup generator is coming on. Right? So you can hear me, but you guys can hear me, right?
Yes, Vivek, you're audible.
So somebody share their own screen, and then we can take it from there. So maybe Soumya, would you like to share?
Sure. I've not been following the steps that you have been showing. I've been making notes. So you'll just see the Excel if that is okay.
Okay. And what do you mean by steps not following?
I mean, as in, I've not put the formulas as you're putting it on your screen, but I'm making a note of it on my notebook. So if that is okay with you, I can continue sharing the screen. That's not a problem.
All right, let's share. But the whole idea of doing this entire exercise to make you guys practice.
I mean, I've used these formulas quite a bit. So
Oh, okay. So let's you share your screen, then we can take it from there.
okay, sure. So I generally keep noting whatever comes new to my notice, and I keep it noting it down there.
All right.
Are
So
you able to see my
let's
screen?
create a So let's create a column for get rid of the sales per unit.
Okay.
Right now.
And you want a discount, right?
Yeah. Let's add a column for discount. Discount percentage, to be more precise. You can either divide it by 100 right here. So rand between 120 and then divide it by 100 in the formula itself.
Okay.
and
And then
pay
make it a
special the value.
percentage.
Yeah, make it a percentage and pay special the value.
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Sorry, my laptop is hanging a little bit. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Then going to
Transform
make it a
into
percentage.
percentage. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm. Now
And then
calculate
the
sales post
sales after
discount.
discount, right?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you please demonstrate this percentage discount once again, starting from rand between?
Okay.
Yeah,
I will.
from here. Like,
Control Z.
Right.
Control Z.
Let me do it once again. I'll just delete it because Control Z might just erase everything. So started with rand between 1 comma 20 into 100. No,
Divide
sorry,
100.
divide by 100. Sorry. Divide by 100. Then I just
So okay.
drag this one.
Who asked this question? Who wanted it to repeat?
me, Shambhagupta. Yeah.
Shambhu. So do you understand the
Yeah.
concept of rand between? Why we use rand between?
Yeah. Yeah. If we want to give certain percentage, like,
Basically, rand between
so,
generates a random number.
okay.
So
So let's
every
say,
time we repeat this exercise, we'll have a new random number. So it's
yeah,
not a fixed thing.
yeah. So just like magician asked you, can you think a number between 1 to 20? So you randomly think a number.
Okay.
That's what a
Yeah.
rand between does. It randomly
Okay.
generates a number between a given threshold. So it's like doing a lottery or something of that sort. So essentially, right now what we are doing, we are just creating a placeholder. We are doing a discount. You can do it manually, 5%, 2%, 3%. You can write that down. But I just showed you formula and between. At times we need this function. I use this function quite a lot, especially when I have to demonstrate something. So I need to generate a random number. So I use this formula and between. If you don't know the formula, it's okay. You're not gonna miss much on this, but that's what rand between function does. It's randomly gives you a number between two threshold, upper and lower. And we are dividing it by 100 because we are looking for a percentage. If we don't divide by 100, then instead of 0.18, what is the number you will get?
It will be 1800.
118 you will get? Yeah. So you will
1800.
get 180. Yeah, 18, not 1800.
Okay.
12 divided by 100 gives you 0.12. If you don't divide by 100, it's 12. 12. So we are converting into percentage. That's why we are dividing by 100.
Right. Then I just quickly
What
drag
about
it
if
to
we
the
want to give a
numbers.
So, ma'am, what about if we want to give a uniform discount?
Sorry, Mohit, didn't get your question.
So, what about if we are planning uniform discount, like for example, 15% for every?
So
everywhere?
you write
Then
0.15 for
15.
every.
Yeah. There's no
Write
random
0.15
generation
for every.
then. Oh, sorry.
Just write 0.15.
So it will be just this. And you just copy it. That's it. So
Don't
yeah,
get
I'll
confused
just
for the rand between as such. It's just that some of you who belongs to say sales, you might want to do some projections. So you wanna, let's say you want so wherever in cases where we use that, let's say we have 5 stores and on an average they do a sale between 20 to 30. So either you manually assign numbers 20 to any number between 20 to 30 to those 5 stores or 15 stores for that matter, or I can use a formula rand between 20 to 30 units. It just randomly generate that number instead of me doing it manually. Okay.
right. So I'll just paste these as values.
So copy, paste special values, and
Yeah.
okay, so you remove the formulas and you transform into percentage.
Yes.
So Shambhu, are we good with this?
Shambhu, do you want me to repeat any step?
I got it.
Soumya, 1 second, repeat, no?
I
Okay,
got it.
which
Once you
one?
put
Which one
that
was not
cursor
clear?
over there, no, so I
This
saw the
discounts.
formula. Yeah.
Okay, so are you clear till the point we randomly generated the number? वहाँ तक clear है?
Right, हाँ, वहाँ तक clear है.
Right? Then you know why we are doing divide by 100?
हाँ.
Because we want a percentage.
Yes.
फिर इसको I just dragged it down to copy it across the table.
Okay.
Like this. Simply I just dragged it down. Then
By the way,
we can
what dragging down से क्या हो रहा है?
more random numbers are getting generated.
Same formula, same
Same
content.
formula is getting. Yeah.
Copy paste. It's dragging is like copy paste. Same formula नीचे तक copy paste हो रहा है.
Right.
Right. Okay. Then I'll
Then
just
we need to
do a
put
paste special. Yes. Because these are formulas right now and not constant numbers. I'll just fix them by paste special and sorry, I'll just copy it first. Then paste special values. Okay. I do an okay. Now these are
She's getting rid
fixated.
of the formula. Rand between function के साथ problem ये है, challenge ये है कि हर बार वो नया नंबर जनरेट कर देगा जितनी बार एक्सेल में कुछ करोगे.
Okay.
तो अभी हमारे पर्पस के लिए, for our purpose, we don't want this to be every time it creates a new number, so we fixing it by removing the formulas.
And then at the end, I just convert it into a percentage.
Oh.
There's a keyboard shortcut that we know, but I tend to use this quite a bit. It's just up there. So this is all that we were doing. Is it okay now? Should I repeat any step?
Okay, Soumya.
Brilliant. Then we just
Get
did
rid of
a
one discount percentage column.
right. Sure.
Get rid of one discount percentage column. Cancel.
Right. Delete. Okay. Now I think we had sales after discount. So it's a simple 1 minus this multiplied by sales. So we've kind of, to get the 90% of the value, which is actually the sales after discount, we just subtracted it from 100, or in that case 1, because we know that the discount or the percentages are basically decimals, and then multiplied by sales. So it's a simple mathematical operation, and then we just apply it across. Control Shift 2. Oh, sorry. I keep forgetting the keyboard shortcut for Control Shift 1. And this is how we've got sales after discount.
Great. Any questions till now? No? Okay. So Soumya, now the objective is sale per unit without discount and sale per unit after discount. We have to calculate that. You have to write one formula and you will copy paste the entire.
Right.
How will you do this?
1 second, just put the headers and sales per unit after discount.
So if you have to make it in one line so that you don't have to expand your columns, what should you do? No, so don't have to expand the column width, but the row width. Control Z, do a Control Z. So you want to increase the row width. No, that will not help. Anyone has the answer?
Wrap text.
Who said that?
Gaurav.
Gaurav. Yeah, Gaurav, can you guide her?
That doesn't, sorry, so probably I misunderstood the question. So wrap text generally, just wraps the text and,
Increase the row width.
row width. But is there a formula to, if I have to just increase the row width like this because the content is still limited, is there a formula for that too?
There is no formula for increasing the width of any column or row. You
Yeah.
have to use Excel cell features, but yeah.
Okay.
So one formula, you will write it here, which will then copy paste it in column K and column L. Single
Okay.
formula.
Sales per unit, right?
So okay, now let's first write a simple formula. Don't do freezing right now. Don't add dollars. Do an escape. Just write first one simple formula.
Sales per unit is, yeah.
Go back. Do an F2. Go to the edit mode. Function F2 in your case. Now, okay, guys, let's pay attention here. The objective is that I write a formula here, H4 divided by G4, and I want to copy paste this entire formula so in both the columns, and one formula will work. If I'll do simply, if I just Soumya, can you copy this formula and paste it on all the columns?
All the columns?
As in, yeah, K and L both. Entire
column?
Yeah. Is there a problem with the calculation?
Yes.
What is the problem? And do one more thing. Sorry, you have to do one more thing.
4303.
Actually, sales after discount, you have to move next to the sale. Yeah, or either move sales to the next to the. So discount move to the order quantity, between order quantity. Yeah. Cut the and paste it there. Yes. So now we have to write one formula, which is sales post per divide by unit or order quantity here in this case, and we want to copy paste so that it should give me right results. What formula should I write in K4? So what
Vivek,
all portion?
Can you just repeat your question? I missed you in between.
In cell K4, we should write one. We should write a formula, and when I copy paste in the column L as well and in column K as well for the entire records, it should work.
We will follow R1 C1 pattern.
So which aspect we should freeze, which aspect we should keep it open?
So we freeze the row, but we keep the columns flexible because we are jumping between columns.
So I4, so it's I4 divided by G4. We freeze the column, the 4, I4, so where should we put dollar here?
Before 4.
4.
Before 4.
And $4.
And $4.
Divided by $4.
So if I copy paste the formula in the 5th row, what will happen?
5th row, okay.
Yeah. It still says I4, G4 because 4 is not changing. Which
so we
one?
need to fix
both.
It means Gaurav, we are fixing on number 4 only.
Columns.
We have to fix columns, not the rows.
Yes.
Now which column we have to fix?
$I4, $G4.
$I4, $G4 will do what?
$G only.
Who said $G and why it is the case?
There is a sales per unit, no? So sales after discount is in J. So order quantity is not going to change.
Yes. So my only column which is remains to be fixed is the column G. But for every ship mode, it's in a different row. So row should be relative. So what should be the formula then, Jibin?
Yeah, I divided by.
You're in the wrong cell. You are in the wrong cell,
Yes.
Soumya, by the way.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
So I4 divided by $G4. Is it correct?
Let's see. You are asking. I thought you know. Soumya, can you just copy paste the now formula?
Yeah, sure.
And see if it's working in the entire.
Yes.
And in the
And
column
here
LL as well.
it is.
Can you validate if it's work? It's fine. Do an F2 on any of the cell.
Yes, it is.
So this is the utility of referencing, absolute referencing, that I write one formula and I can copy paste it as per my convenience. So it is very important to understand before you write the formula what you want to fix, whether you want to fix a particular column or a particular row or a particular cell, or you don't want to fix anything. And accordingly, you can write the formula which will got it. Sandeep Kumar Som. Sandeep Som, you there?
He said that he will be back by 10 to 15 minutes. He's talking to IT, right?
Oh, sorry. Then how about Ramesh or Shiva?
Yeah, Vivek.
Are we good here, or still you need more explanation, or you have not understood? Please say it.
Vivek, what is happening is we have been doing long Excels, but more of manual where we are copying it and then changing it as and when we are required. So yeah, this is helpful, at least for the long
This
processes.
is why I'm putting more stress here, and
Yeah.
I understand where you guys are coming from, and that's these features really help. Formula learning is pretty straightforward. You go to Google, you type it, you will get n number of results. These concepts are very important. These are the building blocks. And if you've understood this, writing formulas will become super easy. Yeah, any questions, guys? Please, again, as I said, these are building blocks. Don't take it lightly that I'll learn it later. That later may not come unless you put stress on it. It may be confusing right now, but the more you practice, the better you will become. It took me personally took some time to understand which one I need to freeze. So it's not gonna happen overnight. That's also I'm gonna tell you right now. But conceptually, freezing or absolute referencing, are we good with this?
Yep.
Let's have it a confirmation on the chat then. If you're not talking, they're not saying anything, so that I have documented. If Anand will ask me whether how participants.
No, as of now, we got it, but again,
Yeah,
we can from
you will need
tomorrow once we
practice.
practice. Yeah.
Practice is required. There is no other way around for that. Unfortunately or fortunately, whatever you may say.
So what I will do is I was working on one large Excel, so I will try to use this because right now I've done manually yesterday. I will try to apply this now.
Yeah. By the way, in trainings we avoid saying word clear. Clear means can also mean something
All
else.
clear.
Everything is clear. It's not clear. Bouncer. But yeah, good. Good to see the most of the responses. I'm just counting on you guys to practice. So let's now. This is the heavy part of the referencing. There is another way of referencing, by the way, which is also known as another part of absolute referencing. So let me share
Vivek,
my
I
screen.
have another question. So
Yeah.
I think in our day-to-day practice, more of absolute referencing which will be used. What will be the utility for the relative referencing in our daily work?
Relative referencing is by default there.
Okay.
It's not, you don't do anything, relative referencing is there.
Okay.
It's
But
just
it's
that
more
when
of
you have,
language which computer understands or Excel
yes,
understands. So it's a
basically we
backup which
need
is
to
going on. Yeah.
yeah. So if you do not do anything, that's a relative referencing.
Okay.
But if you really want to fix things or you wanna add your own inputs, then the absolute referencing, you imply absolute referencing, by the way. Well, basically you it doesn't come automatically. So that's where the absolute referencing comes into picture. When I am telling Excel that you do not behave the way you think, you have to work the way I want.
Relative referencing is mainly a concept on how Excel works, and absolute
Yes.
referencing is we are utilizing or implication of that concept.
Yes.
Yeah.
Relative referencing is by default, that's how Excel works. If you don't do anything, it's always relative. Right?
I was wondering with our CA inside the office finance guy using this dollar when we were when
Now
we go
you
for
know.
troubleshooting with him.
Yeah. Now you know, right?
As
Good.
of now we know, but let's see after a few days once we practice.
As of you, sorry, what did you say? As of?
I was saying as of now, because we have seen it, we know, but again, once we practice, and then the real work starts.
As I said, now you know. I did not say now you will become master. No.
Yeah.
Now you know. So let me share my screen. Thanks, Soumya, for your.
You're welcome, Vivek.
So this is absolute referencing. That's one. One way of is doing it. I give assign dollar. Another way of doing it is assigning a name. You assign name as well. So for example, what is the name of this cell right now? How Excel is understanding this particular cell?
By the position of it?
G4.
Yeah.
No, but
G4. And on the this is what we call name box, by the way. If you hover on the top left, where you get, this is the name box. So each cell has its own name. These are the generic names. So the name of this particular cell is not I23, by the way. So if I'll talk about this particular cell, the name of the cell is not I23. The name of the cell is sample sales I23. Because if I'll do an equal to and come here, right? That's how Excel reads it. The sheet name.
no, not understood.
If you within the sheet, you don't need to have a sheet name, but how Excel is reading this particular cell, the Excel is reading this particular cell is it's not just I23, it's a sample sales sheet name, which is the sample sales I23. So let's say, okay.
Then how we know? Because it is again showing that I25. No?
Okay. I'm okay. Question is, I'm in the quick tips 1. I have to go. You have to navigate me into that particular cell. How will you tell me?
It's an H19.
No, we go to quick tips H19.
No, I'm talking about this cell, I23. Here, I've written my name. Now, I'm in this particular sheet. You have to, so how can you tell me where I have written my name? I forgot.
I23.
So I will say go to sample size I23.
Can I go to this I23 where it is written that left side below the file where there is an I23 is written. So in a quick tips, when we type I23, might be showing your name over there?
No, you can't. There is nothing here. Basically, you have to guide me. You have that in the sheet sample sales.
I-23.
This is the item. That's how you're addressing. If you give an address, let's say if somebody asks me, where do you stay? I'll say I'm saying sector 137. Is that a complete address?
No,
Why? Sector 137,
because
I'm saying
sector 137 in the world there is a lots of sectors
lot many
37 is there.
sector 137. Similarly,
Yes,
I-23. In each sheet, there is
I-23,
an I-23, right?
right,
So you have to be more specific.
right.
Then you will ask which city or which location.
In the sample sales.
Sample sales, I-23. So that's how Excel reads it by default. It's not just this name box, but the sheet name as well. So I can assign, instead of this telling me, this is one way of telling. Another way is that I can assign a name. I can have my own defined name. So in the name box with the cell selected, I can say, I'll click on it. When it's highlighted, I can type a name, that first name without any space. And it cannot start with a number. So it has to start with text and without any space. I type first name and I hit enter. Now this cell is no longer I-23. I-21, I-22. Now the name of this cell is first name. So if I have to reference it, now Excel understood first name. Whenever I say first name, it will always take me to that
Okay.
address. This is another way of doing an absolute referencing.
Okay.
I can copy paste.
It's just like a find function, right?
Not exactly find, but I have assigned a name to it. Now it doesn't matter where I copy paste this formula.
If just suppose that if Vivek is written in some another seat, and then in a name field we have to write Vivek, just say that it's in a seat 1 and a sample says there is also 2 Viveks are there.
No, sorry, I didn't get the.
Actually, just suppose that in a sample cells you have written that Vivek name, right? And in another seat,
No,
whether it's
here, this cell, doesn't matter what I write here, but this cell is no longer I-23. The name of this cell, I have changed it from I-23 to first name.
Okay, so Vivek, the relevance of this exercise is
well,
just to change the name, like from I-23 or from something to some
Yeah, this is
specific
again
name.
absolute referencing. It's basically now it's
Okay.
another way of absolute referencing. Now if I write something here, so let's say I'm saying Takeda, okay?
Okay.
Equal to, if I'll go to this cell, the moment I click on this cell, what it says.
so first name.
Right now it says I-24. The moment I move to that cell, it says first name. And doesn't matter where I copy paste it.
Okay.
I can copy paste it any other sheet for that matter. It will be always, because I'm telling Excel refer to the first name. What is first name? First name is the name of the cell, which is in sample sales. So if I change this to, let's say, ELF, all the references
Automatically changed.
So this is again an absolute referencing. Now all the cells are referring to this particular
Okay. So
predefined.
whatever.
I've defined.
So whatever the changes we did, you just take the reference from the previous one, means
Yeah.
the first one.
Yes. So the only thing I'm trying to show is the absolute referencing. If I've if I wrote name DLF here, and I'm doing an equal to this H23, right? It is reading H23. If I copy paste it here, what will be the formula? In D, column D, I'm copy pasting. Same row.
H27. D27.
D23.
23.
Yes, yes.
Because this is relative, right? If I name this as this cell as second name, let's say, now equal to, I'm saying second name. If I copy paste it here, what will be the formula?
Second name.
Second name, which is always,
DLF.
right now it's DLF. So this is another way of doing an absolute referencing. The benefits. Now let's talk about benefits. One is that you can name it as name a particular cell in Excel, and you can call it anywhere. So let's say you have this overall sales. This is your overall sale amount, which is sales with without discount. Or I'll say overall sales. So I name it overall sales. This cell is quantity. Sales quantity. And this is price post discount. I can copy paste this formula here. Sales post discount. So I have three. One is giving me sales quantity, another is giving overall sales, and third is post sales post discount. Now I've created a summary sheet. I'm calling total sales, total quantity. How should I refer it now? I'll say equal to sales quantity 185. Sales and overall sales equal to, traditional way of doing it was you would have gone to this sheet and selected equal to this. That's how you would have done it.
Yeah, we do copy paste.
Or you do copy paste, but copy paste will lose the flexibility. So I'll tell you another, I'll show you right now. Now I'll total sales, no, sales quantity, overall sales, and sales post discount. Copy paste will lose the flexibility. Let's say new records added or something new. The quantity changed from 9, it changed to 190. You would like to
So
just
if it is a running khata book, then it is very beneficial for running khata book where we need to change the numbers.
Yeah. So historically, now if any changes happens in my table, my summary will have the update. 124. My value changed to 132.76. That's one benefit. Second is I can actually my formula looks neat. Instead of saying equal to sample sales this particular cell, it's reading total quantity equals to sales quantity. And what is the sales quantity? How I can go either I click on this name box and it will take straight away take me there. Similarly, if I need to understand sales post discount, this is sales post discount. I can click on this name manager, sales post discount. What is sales post discount? It will take straight away take me there. Right? You guys following me this?
So this will help us rather than going to the sheet and referring to the formulas by selecting it. We can simply select the name of that.
Yes. So you define, let's say you have some particular cell you always refer to, you define a name. Once you've defined the name, then you can refer it anywhere in the workbook.
Got it.
And any changes happen in that particular cell, your reference will also get updated automatically if that's what you want. So you don't have to do it manually all the time. That happens.
Vivek, everywhere it will change or only the total here only order quantity?
Wherever you are calling this, wherever you're using this reference.
Okay.
So you have in another sheet you are using again quantity multiplied by, let's say, 120%. Here also it will change.
Okay.
So let's say you you created again projection. So you said current sale, current quantity, which is, this is your current quantity you're selling 366 at the moment. So you're calling this projection. Now you want to have a projection of 120%, right? Expected growth. And you're saying that I'll do 120% growth. So what is the updated quantity is these two multiplied, right?
Yep.
So 366 is your current one. On that 120% is 439. You can make this change and accordingly it will update. And if there is any change in the existing sale value, 376 now changed to 376. Your summary changed. Your projection changed.
We have a question here. So the name that we have given to the value, which is sales quantity, right? Is it case sensitive?
No, it's not case sensitive. No, it's not case sensitive. But usually I follow this convention because you cannot assign a space. You can do an underscore, but I avoid underscore, so it's readable. So if
So what I was trying to understand, if I write sales and in quantity, I forgot that I had put a capital Q and instead put a small q, it will still read the same way,
it will
right?
still read the same. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever name you will assign, it will show it like that.
Okay, okay.
So let's
Even
say
if I'm
updated
typing
quantity.
it somewhere, then also.
So let's say updated quantity. I'm giving another name. Updated quantity. Something like this, right? So you can do like this, or you can do underscore quantity. Now, if you're typing it somewhere in the summary projected, you're saying equal to updated quantity. So Excel will give you the IntelliSense suggestion.
Okay, okay.
So using tab, I can click that and I can get it. So it's not case sensitive to answer your question, but whatever you have mentioned, you can use it and you can call it. It cannot start with a name. It cannot have space in it. You can use underscore if you want, but you cannot have space in it. And you cannot use anything which is Excel already has it. So you cannot have it ABC123. Why you can't have it ABC123? Because there is a Excel cell
Cell address. Yeah.
with the name of ABC123. So whatever name you are assigning, it should not be used by Excel. So that's where I'm using all these generic and more understood names, easily understood names. Okay. So this is another way of doing an absolute referencing, and I can do absolute referencing for entire one particular cell. I can do an absolute referencing for columns as well. So let's say this is a huge data, 1,000 records. I'm copying
So
pasting it
Vivek,
here.
Vivek, I have one question on this.
Yeah.
Say if we have given one name, a specific name to one box, and after some time at all we want to change that name. We want to remove the previous name and we want to give some other new name.
We'll
How
talk
can
about
we do
that in
this?
a while. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a while. Okay.
Okay.
How can we make changes? At times, what happens is not just the name, the position also changes.
Okay.
From one sheet, it moved to another. How can you make that? So I'll talk about that. But let's come to this. So now, as of now, you are giving a name to only one sheet. Sorry, one cell. You can assign a name to a column as well. So what is the address or name of this column by default? Let's say.
Column D.
So this is
Sales.
column C and this is column D. Excel, that's how I read it.
Yeah.
So if you need a sum of order quantity, if you have to write a formula, you will say sum and you will come to this DT table and you will select the entire column.
Right.
The benefit of doing an entire column, what's the benefit of doing an entire column instead of sum and then I select only these values? What's the benefit of the previous one?
So in case of
If you
large,
add new parameters or if you want to add new fields, new information, it will
New
automatically
records, yeah.
spread.
New records, if I add new records, one will change, another will not. Right?
and it will be
So
also easy for the large data points.
yes, for large data, it's pretty straightforward. So now, right now, this formula is reading as
But the drawback of this one, say if we have already made the summation of that column in that previous sheet,
yes,
so
exactly.
it will be doubling.
It will be doubling. Yes, that's a drawback, and that's a good point. So I'll talk about that as well. So I'll just remind me in a couple of minutes. Let me first get over this. So let's just imagine. Let's just say that there is no total row. It's just raw data. Okay. So I can select a column, and then I can assign a name. The way I was doing it for a cell, I was selecting a cell and assigning the name. Similarly, I'll select the column, then assign the name. Now, this column is known as, instead of C, it is known as order quantity, order QTY. So I can write a formula like this, equals to sum now you have two formulas showing same value, exact same value. Which one is more readable or more intuitive?
I think third one.
Last one.
Yeah, order
Last one.
quantity.
Third one.
Yeah, because it's by looking at the formula itself, I can say what's it's summing. Here I have to go to table, this DT table sheet and then column C to see what it is. So you can name a column and again the benefit, any new record.
So actually this will enable us to do the things more accurately. There will not be chances of putting some different, means wrong column or wrong thing in a right place.
Yes, and but to help you here, you can convert this into table. Once you convert into a table, you go to so there is a you get a option of table design or design.
Yeah.
In that design, there is an option of defining a table name. By default, you will get table 123. I can name it, let's say, sales table, sales data. Same concept, just like you name it. Now this table is named as sales data. In sales data, I have order quantity and sales. So I can now write formula sales data is my table name, and I do a square bracket. These are what? What are these?
Columns.
These are my
These are
columns.
Order
I can
quantity.
pick and choose my column, square bracket close, small bracket close. Now read the formula. Which one is again more descriptive?
Fourth one.
So I can name this sheet as sales data as well, so that in case if somebody is, I can make it more descriptive. So sales data, order quantity, and I can go to this sales data from here. This is my sales data, entire table. In the sales data, the order quantity column. And the best part, another feature of the table, any new row added, you get the updated value. Always. Another use of a table is, apart from the fact that it gives you the flexibility of formatting and all that, headers and all that, but the main benefit of a table is that you automatically move to absolute referencing. So you really don't have to worry about whether you're covering any new data got added, so you have to update your table or not. Even if you add a total row, let's just say you have a total row in here. Still, so the sum of column, these two are giving you incorrect results. The one highlighted just a few minutes ago, who highlighted that? If I have a total row.
Yeah, it was me.
Shambhu did that.
Shambhu. Yeah.
But in case of a table, I can have a total row and still my summary is accurate. And as I said, any new data point got added, it's automatically updated.
Can you repeat this, Vivek, again?
Which one? So I converted into table. This one is part fine. This part is fine.
Yeah,
So
this is fine.
Vivek,
Mm-hmm.
so in this case, say if we have already summation at the last, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of taking the whole column, we can directly go and take that summation wala part only.
No, that's not recommended. This is just a feature of Excel.
Okay.
It's a table. It's not a fixed column. Again, if new row added, so if you just take this particular cell, that would give you an incorrect result, right? Because
In that
new
case,
record.
say if we have used say 10 rows, okay, and then
If
in
your
between
table is
10 or
small, yeah.
15,
If a table is
yeah.
small, If your table is small and if it's not going to change, I'm just telling you, because every month you might, or every week you might be doing on multiple files. What you can do, you can have one consolidated file where you are putting data for all the months, and in a year you have a one big table in which you can summarize using pivot.
Okay.
So you don't have to work with multiple files. One of the challenge with I've seen personally, I've seen people doing it, that they create multiple files for each month because they are not proficient enough to handle large data. So first they do a monthly review. Okay, let's first they do a weekly review. Then once the month ends, then they compile their weekly files to do a monthly review. Then the quarter comes, then they compile their monthly files to do a quarterly review, and then when the year ends, then they compile all the quarterly or the monthly files to do a monthly yearly review. And most of the time that effort goes into, or the error happens during the compilation.
True.
So instead of that, you have one table which has one sheet which has all the data for all the years or and the months, like this, something like this. What you can do is then you can have either a pivot on this. So next time a new data got added, you really don't have to worry about it. All you have to do is update your pivot. Be it a quarterly, be it a monthly. So we'll learn pivot post our post lunch more on pivots and the calculation side of it. But the objective is to keep your data at one place. Lesser the file you have to manage, faster you will be. Tables will help you there a lot. You want to do a quick calculation, you can add a total row and you can have a quick calculation, which will work on filters. Right? So 189 critical records, 4684 auto quantity, sales 18613. For high, 237 618. So you can do like this, and then you have all the filters available, or you can run a pivot for this. To give you the same information. Okay. Questions? No. So before we take a break, I just wanna quickly talk about what if any changes happens if I defined a name and I want to change that name. So for that, you need to take help of name manager, which is under formulas. When you click on the name manager, it gives you the list of all the names you have defined. So from here you can edit, make change to the name, make change to the range. So any Excel, if you have created a name, your own defined name, you go to formulas, name manager. So order quantity, I want to name it proper order underscore QUA. And okay. Or instead of entire column, I want to give it just particular cells, set of cells. I can do that all using name manager. and all the formula referring to it will change automatically. So you don't have to worry about that, oh, I have to change other formulas as well. No. Once we change in the name manager, all the changes, wherever it's that name is being referred to, will automatically, yeah, will automatically give you, will automatically implement it.
Vivek, in that case, the value will not change.
Value will change depending on if it's referring to the same range, value will not change. If you've changed the range, then of course it will change.
No. Say if I have changed the name of one particular box, say earlier it was something like sales. Now I have done it, say, for purchase. Sale word has been replaced with purchase. Okay, and I had added this kind of, means this data with some other data also in some other sheet. Now, because of the change of the name, will that final number be same or it will be changed?
So right now it's, or let's say sales quantity.
Yeah.
Okay, it's referring to this particular.
Okay.
It's referring to this particular cell. If I change this to sales quantity to my name.
Okay.
I used it here. Now instead of sales quantity, it is. It will not. The value will not change because the value of this cell is coming from where? This particular cell. The value will only change once this value of the cell will change.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
It's a name. It was called something else. Like, okay, what should I say? Calcutta was so it's Kolkata now. Right now, earlier it was Calcutta. Did anything change apart from the name of the city? Nope.
Yeah, Vivek. I need to ask one thing.
Yeah.
See, it will help others as well, the guys who are into sales like Shambhu and all. So my question is that every evening around 6 to 7 p.m. we receive a daily order tracker file. Okay. So while going through this exercise of yours, I was thinking that to maintain and to track, my daily order tracker data on daily basis, like versus of my target and achievement, right?
Yeah.
So so I was thinking of that, today I'll convert into table and auto sum, right? Auto filter, and then another sheet I will take care of the build value, the orders in hand, and the orders which are not built and total sales. Okay, and I will name those particular cells. After coming to this, so tomorrow when I'm going that file, going to receive that file, the updated one, like changes, and I replace and save in my computer with the same name. So will I be able to see those values changing or not?
You change your entire file.
The same file, because yesterday if I received that tracker, this evening I will also again receive it, right? So if I save the file with the same name, so will it be changing those values?
Saving a file with a different name changes the entire file itself.
No, not
so all the
with same name. For example,
doesn't matter with this. Doesn't matter if I'm saving a file. So I took a new file.
So I think it's not changed because every day you are getting a new file and you saved a different file on your computer. So next time when you open a new one, then I don't think it's changed one because
so let's say let me know if I have understood. So I've created a file. All right, test 2, and I created a calculation on this as well, and I have saved it. So let me save it.
Mohit.
Yeah, Shambhu.
Yeah, actually, that problem will come now because like our CFA sends a new sheet every day.
No, this is what I want to understand now. Stay foolish.
Shambhu, what Mohit is saying is worked upon if it's a live sheet. If it's on a SharePoint and we're working on a live Excel, the same Excel is being used by CFA and they are making changes on that file and Mohit is accessing the same file, then it is possible.
But they are sending means this is one
Now
way
it is
kind
not
of
possible.
thing.
Okay, so Mohit, let me know if I've understood. So I've created a sample file.
Yeah.
Okay, and I created my own template. Okay. Next day I receive a file. This is a new file I received. Now you want to save as this previous file name, the one which I created.
Mm-hmm.
So the moment I save as with this, what will happen? It will replace the existing.
Yeah.
It will replace. So now that file is gone. That data is gone. That file is gone. Now my sample file will read with the new file.
What we can we have to maintain our own Excel.
So what you can do is you create a template, something like this, where you copy paste the new data.
Yeah, got it.
You copy paste the new data in there, not the file, but the data. You get a new file, you copy the data and you paste it here, just below it. And then you can use all those transformations. So new data came. Let's say this is your new data. You receive a new data like this. So you created this template and you got a new data for let's say current date, January 21. So you copy this, come to your template, paste your data, and then in the pivot you refresh. This will help you to achieve the objective.
Okay.
So every day you copy paste your data one after another, one row after another, and then that will help you to achieve the efficiency. Not every day you are creating, or for that matter, you replace all this and you got new data. You copy paste new data, and then you refresh your sheet. In the existing file, you do not replace the file. So all the calculation and everything will be there. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, got it.
Good. Yeah, any other questions? Or it's too much for today?
I think it's a break is the need of the hour.
High time need.
Yeah, break. It's a need of the hour, but I'm just asking before we take a break. Do we have any questions right now, or you wanna think about it and then we'll come back with the questions?
No, till now it's very much not clear.
It's okay.
Conceptually, you are you getting the concepts properly?
Yeah.
This is what it means. Name manager.
Concepts are getting clear. Concepts are getting clear. The only thing like we need to practice this in our data. That time like it will be more clear. Like that day you were showing pivot. I was not getting many things because means yours sheet was something different. It's a title and other things. But when I practiced it at our day-to-day Excel sheet, now I think it was more clear. So
yeah,
from here,
so
like we have to take some
obviously,
concept and then we have to practice it in our Excel sheet.
so
That
what
will
I
be
can
more
what I
appreciable.
can offer to you guys is that maybe in the next week we can block 1 hour just to discuss if you have any problem. It's a complimentary from my side.
Yeah, that will be great.
Okay, so but it's next week. So you have to practice sooner in your Excel sheets.
Vivek, would it be possible to also share some more data sets for a hands-on experience? I mean, we may not have very huge data sets in certain cases. So a random data set.
I can do that. The data set is not a problem. But instead of doing it on multiple data set, what I always prefer is practice different things on one data set, because you don't have to focus on data much, but on the features. The challenges come, and usually in our day-to-day life, we don't have data set changing every month or every week. We have, and I understand what you're trying to, where you're trying to come from, is that when you see multiple scenarios, the concepts becomes more, as in you have more better understanding. So I can give you that. That's not a problem. But try and practice the same data set with multiple features. That will give you validations. Just an
Right.
advice. Okay. Because you know that this particular data, I know this data. Now let me see if I can run a pivot, or if I apply a formula, or if I do something different with the same data. See one thing from different perspective, that will help you a better learning versus multiple things doing the same thing. Agree to disagree?
I think
Or
you
agree?
have a valid point.
Yeah, agree,
I'm
agree.
telling you from experience, that's why. But I'll give you the data, but for not post the session, I'll share definitely. And as I said, next week we can block 1 hour just to discuss any challenges, or where you can actually showcase your problem statements, that this is my file and this is my challenge. Can you help me? So I guess that would be also useful. And you can actually do it maybe day after tomorrow, Friday. I can join half an hour early if you wish. Today I joined 15 minutes early. I can join half an hour early on Friday. But you have to let me know. Then I can help you with your problem statements in your data. How you can achieve that. Okay. So let's take a break. Today we'll do it 30 minutes because we have a few things to cover. Okay.
Sure.
Great. So see you at 2:35. It's 2:03 right now by my watch. It's 2:35.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. All right. So any questions you have? You all have?
A question, Vivek, and this is not related to the Excel. How did you incorporate the timer? I mean, it was a cool feature.
It's not again. It's a third-party tool, not available on Microsoft website.
Out of
Okay.
syllabus.
So yeah.
No, but it was a good one. You know, when we are starting meetings, it's actually good to keep everybody aware that how much time they've left in hand. So, which one do you use, if I may ask? Which third-party provider do you
So
use?
I'll have to check, but I downloaded from the Microsoft website. So
Okay.
I'll check and I'll let you know.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
it's called Zoom It. Let me
Zoom
see.
it.
Zoom It. Let me see if that comes it. Zoom.
Okay. So this is a feature that gets installed and probably it
No,
can be
it's not installed.
incorporated.
It's basically an exe file.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, this one. It's an exe file, and so you can do a lot many stuff. Not exactly just a timer. So you can do the normal screen zooms
Mm.
if you want to focus. That's one. Second is which at times is the annotation.
Mm. Right. Okay.
Or you can type on screen. So it helps in the training. So that's why I
Yeah.
use it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank
And
you so
apart from that, the timer, yes,
much.
that kind of helps everyone to know how much, and that
Yeah.
kind of helps me as well, how much time left.
Mm.
If I'm,
Especially with full day workshops,
yep,
this is actually a very useful tool.
yeah, something like this. Good. So Zoom it, Microsoft. I'll just put the link. You may wanna use it. Okay. Right. So any questions you guys have so far? We spent enough time on understanding the basic concepts. How many of you are here right now? So whose scores did I miss? Or should I have put it here? Today we had such a low scoring. Did I miss people?
Um,
I know Soumya answered a couple of the questions for sure. Mohit did answer. Did I also miss Sandeep Yadav? Maybe.
Vivek, this in session is basically the answers to the questions.
I
Yeah.
also answer some questions.
Ranjit Singh, right?
No,
Kumar.
Kumar,
Kumar.
sorry. Yeah.
Vivek,
Yeah, in session is basically in session.
because there are only three answers there, but I think I have answered some more. So you missed in the previous session some numbers for me. I don't know.
Ranjit Singh.
Yes.
That's what. The previous one,
Yes.
day before yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about today. I have to
Yeah.
go through the recording for the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's where you guys also ensure that I'm adding points here. It's a good thing, tracking your own scores at least. All right.
So I missed a big piece in the scoring pre-assessment.
Yep. Why did you do that? Why
My
did you
laptop
do
was
that?
not there. Actually, it was under repair with the IT. I was working on mobile. I don't have any other option.
You could have done this on mobile, by the way.
I scored 5 in pre-assessment.
There were only 2 outliers, technically. Ashish and Soumya. I haven't heard much from Ashish today. In fact, in any of yesterday, day before yesterday as well. Ashish, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So why are you so silent?
No, I'm not silent. Actually, I'm looking. Some people are answering the questions. So some of the questions are same. So that's why I didn't ask. I
Okay,
got a
next
solution.
time.
No?
Ashish,
Next.
Yeah.
Ashish is a silent killer.
All right. We don't need silent killers over here, but I would like to
Yeah,
see
Vivek,
some
I need
numbers.
some small query for first day. Can you let me the command if you filter the if you filter the data na, if you click a particular number actually particular column actually regarding same data or different entities actually, what is the command actually
What do you mean by that?
for filtering there is a option of filter na, can we go on filter and click the particular entity, select the particular entity, there is a shortcut also na.
Like this. You meant okay. So do you mean
Yeah.
auto filter option? The one
Yeah, auto filter this I think.
something
Oh,
of
but
this sort that
yeah. If you click on regular airline, okay, okay,
something of this sort.
yeah. If you click on the regular, there's a data, and we click on particular entity actually related to
Entity
that
would
entity. Yeah, like regular airline. You have click on regular airline, na? Regular air. So if you click on regular air, if you filter, click on filter. Actually, I think click on filter. There is a 4-5 option: delivery truck, express. If you need a particular one single entity want to select, what is the shortcut?
That's auto filter actually. There is
It's
no
auto filter.
shortcut.
Okay, so we just click on that particular like regular air and then click on auto filter, na? It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Okay. Actually, I forgot this thing. Yeah.
Or I could have assigned a keyboard shortcut for this. So customize. Let me make it. So usually, what you can do, something which you use quite frequently, you can always, let me remove paste special because I hardly use paste special. So now auto filter is 1.
Okay.
Okay. So now critical, I want to filter it. So now I'll do, what is the keyboard shortcut now?
Alt 1.
Alt 1.
Okay.
So I can, using Alt 1 and yeah, mouse selection, I can quickly apply 3 filters. And I don't have to actually, with this auto filter, the best part is I don't have to first switch on the filter, because if I have to filter, let's say critical, traditional way, first you have to switch on the filter, apply a filter, then 2, 3, and something like this. You have to do with the auto filter option. There is no filter applied, and even the filter is not on.
Yes.
I can click here, auto filter.
Okay.
So, Vivek, probably with auto filter, once I've selected an option I want to filter and I just click, right, and it gets identified out of the entire data set. To go back to the original form, I click auto filter again, right? Just to go back to the original table without the filter. What's the way to go back?
Control Shift L. That's how you
Control
remove
Shift
the
L.
filter. You
Even
asked the
for
same
auto
question
filter as well?
last time. Yeah.
No. My question was different the last time. Last time I was using a different filter, which was not the auto
So
one.
no. So now you are saying I applied the filter. Now I found, okay, fine. I'm fine with this. Now I want to get rid of
Remove.
everything. Reset.
Yes.
Control
Right.
Shift L.
So probably just in that column. For example, if you put filter
For
on the
that
region.
column. Okay.
Yes.
So, okay. So
I
usually
use it
we keep.
using the drop-down box as the traditional way. I go to select all and then the entire table comes down. Is there a shortcut, keyboard shortcut
So
for that?
I do Alt C then.
Okay.
Actually, Vivek, usually I use Control Shift L for a
Yeah,
filter actually. Yeah.
Control Shift L removes everything, but what
Yeah.
she meant is that on order priority, I still remains critical. I want ship
Yeah.
mode as delivered, but for a region only, the filter gets removed. So so what you can do is you go to the first row. Alt down arrow key will bring down the filter option, and then you do a C. Alt down, you bring down the filter, and then C for clearing the filter. Press C.
Okay. Alt C.
Alt down, then C, not Alt C.
Right. Alt down plus C. Got it.
Alt down arrow will bring down the filter menu,
Yeah.
and then when you do press C, basically it clears the filter. For that, when you do a
Particular
Control
column.
Shift L, yeah, Control Shift L clears the filter for the entire table. But if you want to do it for one specific column, then it's Alt C, Alt down arrow, and then C.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
So
Vivek, thanks.
let's welcome. Any other questions? Right. I'm putting it on mute right now. Okay. So already we have a very heavy first session, so I would like to keep the second session a little light. So we'll switch the formulas for the next day. Today we're going to learn more on calculations. What I've understood from you guys that you are not very formula savvy persons, and you still need to understand some of the basic aspects of it. So let's focus on how we can do a calculation. How we can simplify the calculation, which you can do it through formulas and through pivots as well. So what I will do is right now I'll filter, and just a case wise scenario, I'm taking only 2 years of data, 2009 and 10. And I'm pasting into new file. Next is I'm renaming the sheet. And the third is converting into table and giving, instead of table name, I'm assigning a proper name. So put it on the chat as soon as you have done all these 3 tasks.
Hi, Vivek. One question.
Sorry, say it loudly, please.
Yeah, hi. Vivek, one question here. I just want to know, I mean, if we copy this whole table and control V to another sheet, I mean, this will paste like normal data or this whole table with formulas?
We do not have formulas here.
I mean, if we have.
So depends what you do. If you do a control A and control C
Control
and
C
then
or control V?
Control V will do to paste everything. Formulas, formats, whatever colors, everything.
Everything with table, like. I mean,
yeah. So what I prefer usually, so sometimes what happens is, let's say you have for formatting and all that thing happen and different colors and conditional formatting. So you have so many things in here. And then you have a formula. Let's say profit is, let's say shipping cost. I'm just putting a random number. This is my profit, shipping cost. So if I do a control A, control C, and then I move to a new sheet and do a control V, everything copies, including the formulas.
If we convert into the table, then table is also move or
Yeah.
all UMC data.
Yeah. So if I convert into table also. So basically, whenever I do a control C and control V, everything gets copied and everything gets pasted. But if I want to get rid of all this, so shipping cost here, shipping cost is a formula, but I don't need all this. So what I can do is I just need the values and the number formats. If I'll just do the values. So if I do just the values, so let's say for that matter, discount is percentage. And if I do just the values, let me delete it, copy. If I do just the values, then formatting the number format. So discount, I converted into percentage. That's got lost. Even for that matter, if it's a dollar sign, I assigned a currency. And if I do a values only, and also see the date. Here I have it in a specific format. Date here it got in the form of serial number. So what I always prefer whenever I copy paste from any source, I always do a values and number formats. Control Alt V and then I press U. So look at the underscore. Wherever there is your underscore, you press that key, it will pick that. So for example, for values, I'll select V. For values and number format, I'll select U. So that way, only the number formatting will come, not the colors and anything else. Formulas also get replaced. So now shipping cost, I do not have formulas.
And what in what like you when you learn now when you say that if we freeze some row or column, then what about that stuff?
If you do a control C, control V, everything comes in. Freezing, non-freezing, doesn't matter. Whatever is there will come as is. Basically a replication. Okay. So if it's referring to some other cells, for example, if it's so we created some order quantity. Where is that? First name, overall sales. So this is my overall sale. Let's say I want to divide it by overall sales. I added a new column. New column. And I'm dividing this sale by overall sale. Sorry. When I copy paste it to a new file, do you see the formula? Even the overall sale came, and if I go to the name manager to see what is an overall sale, this is the overall sale. That in practice file 1, sample sale H19. So when you do a copy paste, everything gets copies, even the names.
Okay. So before closing this file, we have to special paste these values also.
Yeah, paste special. So instead of that, what I always prefer is any which ways if I have to do just values, I always do a values and number format. So I don't need to do an additional step. You can keep it linked, by the way, if that's your purpose.
Okay.
If your purpose is that every time this overall sales changes in your original file, your calculation also changes, then you can keep it like that.
Okay. What if somehow we close the main
Doesn't
file?
matter. It still remains in the memory. So okay, so I copied this come to a new sheet, paste, and you're saying copy the close the source file or close the paste file.
Source file.
Source file doesn't make any changes. So let's say I'm saying save. Still, I have the formula.
But then we close this page file, then we open the formula. I think so. Maybe it's
So it will
some NA.
then it will ask it will not come as a NA. It will ask whether you want to refresh your link or not. Now it's a link.
Okay.
That link is this. Now this file, this formula is referring to a file which is stored here.
Okay.
At
If
this
the file
location.
is delete, then maybe
Then that's a problem.
Then they give some error, right?
Then you will get an error. So you have to update this. Okay?
Right.
As long as it is able to navigate to that path, then your formulas will work. The moment that path is not available. So whenever that happens,
the path is. I mean, we have to store a file. I mean, no matter the path, but it is. I mean, it's like in another folder we have saved in another folder, and second day we save in another folder. It's not like that.
No, it's not the same. So source file. So it doesn't. It's not about the the second file which you're creating. It's all about the source file. If the path of the source file remains unchanged, then it's not a problem. If I change the path of this practice file 1, then that becomes a problem. Because this is my source file. Basically, you created a file, and in that file you're telling Excel that you have to go to you have to refer to a path, and if that path is not available, so every day you do a task, you're supposed to go to a shop to get milk. So as long as the location of that shop is not changing, it's gonna work fine for you.
Yeah.
Let's say one fine day that shop has been moved because it was a temporary shop, right? So the shop owner doesn't have to worry about you where you are staying.
Okay.
You can keep on changing your address, but that getting goods from that shop will not get affected as long as you want to fetch things from that shop, right?
Right.
As soon as the shopkeeper changes its on the shop location, then you will have a problem. Same goes here, same concept. Right now it's fetching information from that practice file. As long as the practice file location is not changed, doesn't matter where all I'm copy pasting. I can copy paste it to any other new file.
Okay.
It's not a problem. But if that path changed, where it is referring to,
What
so by
if
default,
we send this file to another my colleague and the formula remains same?
Formula remains there, then it will you will get a message that
me or the colleague, my colleague get a message.
The colleague who is opening the file will get a message that this is referring to some other file. Would you like to update your source? So if you don't, if you say don't update, then whatever value you're looking at, it will remain as is.
Okay.
So with whatever values, with whatever values you send that file, that value will, that's how they will see it. The moment they will click on update, then what will the moment they will click on update the link or update this data, then it will try to find that path and it will give the error that, oh, I didn't find the data.
Okay.
So
Vivek, Sandeep, if I don't want to, if I send the file to someone and I really don't want that the person will not change the formula, then what we can do? Because sometimes we seek a formula lock, but we don't know how to.
so it's not formula lock, it's basically you
Yeah.
lock or you protect the sheet. So let's talk about that while you brought up that topic. So all right, let's pay attention here. So when we talk about format cell is not only about formatting the number, but it has other properties as well. So there are a few things which you should take, which are useful. For example, what I find useful is the alignment aspect of it. So sometimes what happens, let me see, I'll close this, don't save. Now I would like to discount show in the middle. That both these are part of discount. How can you do this?
You will select I and J merge cells.
So you do and do a merge cell like this.
Yeah.
But the demerit of this is the selection. There is many problems. So what I can do is I'll perform the same thing. I'll select I and J. I come to format cell under horizontal under alignment. I'll say center across selection. Now I'm getting the same effect, but without merging. So my copy pasting of formulas or applying formulas selection will work smoothly.
Can you go back
Yeah.
and yeah.
So with this two cell select, so merging, first you have to select I and J, these two cells, and then go home and then merge. Similarly, instead of merge, select these two cells, format cell, go to alignment, under horizontal and under text alignment in the horizontal, select center across selection. This is a lot cleaner, looks better, and you can avoid a lot of issues which comes with merge, especially copy pasting and all that.
So if you can go back and the way we currently working, and if we are copying something, if you can just show us how it will affect in terms of pasting formulas
So
now.
for example, if I'm applying a formula,
Yeah.
the challenge especially comes when I'm applying a formula, and let's say I'm selecting a column. If I'm using a keyboard shortcut of selecting a column, it will by default select both. Plus, when I'm copy pasting it also, this is what you will get.
Yeah.
Oh, this is circular graphs. This is something else. So merging doesn't look and applying filter also causes problem in here. So it's not that much recommended. Instead, what you can do instead of merge, you do center across selection. You'll have similar effect. So that's one. Second is, so then you have font color and text, all that. This is straightforward. Third is border, which I frequently use. So what is a typical style of border style you guys do? Something of You have this table, right, with you. Can you quickly format using borders and whatever way you want to format it? Can you quickly format this and post a screenshot on the chat? Format this table as
Yeah,
if you have to send it to someone.
just go to the borders and
No, no. Do it. I want to see your creativity, or the usual practice, how you do it. So do it and put it on the chat in form of screenshot. Everyone. Any still formatting it? Okay, Gaurav Malhotra shared. That's one. Fine. Uh, Shiva, you need to paste the image, the screenshot, not the table itself, because it will come in form of Sandeep. I'm not sure what exactly you want to show. The screenshot is different. This is how you will format, Sandeep? That's what you mean? Put borders and all?
Yes.
Shiva,
Vivek, you said something?
screenshot. Yeah, you pasted the data. I don't need the data. Basically, you take a screenshot of your formatted table and
Okay.
paste that.
Okay.
Because you will copy paste the table itself. It will come in a table format, as in data format.
Okay. So he required screenshot, right?
Yeah, screenshot. All right, Ravinder Pal used. I guess he has used something which he had learned day before. Am I right? Or that's how you usually send it?
Yes.
Which is a good thing. Nice to. All right, most of you are using the same thing. So basically, what essentially you're doing, you're going to home and doing like this, all borders. Versus So let's see if there is any different way of doing it. So I'm doing like this. All right, let's pay attention. First of all, I would remove the grid lines. I'll select the table. Remember we talked about the concept of data to ink ratio? Right? So in here, in this particular table, when I'm talking about this this table one on the left hand side, both borders and the text are competing for my attention at the moment because both has same weightage. The ink of both has the same weightage. What I can do is, my purpose of having a border is just to tell, being an indicator one. I can keep it quite simple, and actually I can assign a different color, so I can play with different color. Then I can assign a different color to my, and same color family basically. Now which one is easy on eyes?
The second one.
Left one.
Left one.
Right one.
Windows. Technically here I have less elements to focus on.
Okay.
My focus is on my numbers versus here. If I'm looking at this 190, I'm also looking at the borders around the 190. So you can use the white spaces, plus if you keep the same family, color family, and lighter colors, a shade lighter than your original text, what you intend to show. The idea is to just indicate that there is a border, not to show that there is a border. So if you keep it in a lighter shade than your text, basically at the background, then your data is far more readable, easy on eyes, and looks better. Another feature is which I use quite frequently. Now, tell me.
Vivek, can you repeat the process again?
Yeah,
How did you submit?
I'll repeat the process, but do you understand what the change is? What's the difference between these two tables, left and right?
The null values have disappeared.
Yeah, the order quantity wherever it was 0 are eliminated now.
Basically, I'm not showing zeros, right?
Yeah.
Zeros not adding value. Again, if I had to do it manually, if I had to, I would not have spent time and energy to show zeros. I would have spent energy to show where the numbers are. So now I can clearly see where my sales happened versus here I have to figure it out. So it's a very simple process. Again, it's a custom formatting. How you can hide a zero. You select the table or data. Then you select anything, any specific format you wish to have from your custom, from your formatting option. You select be it a currency. So for example, let's talk about sales. Sales is a currency. So I went, selected it, control 1 currency I selected. So do you know the difference between this value versus this value? Wherever this is any negative number, how I want to represent a negative number, I'll select the last these options. So once I've finalized how my number is going to formatted, I'll go to come to custom and put a semicolon. So in Excel, there are two types of formats. There are three categories basically. In number line, you have a format for positive numbers, format for negative numbers, and then format for zeros. You guys remember the number line?
Yep.
In number line, either you have a positive numbers or you have a negative number or you have a zero. So that's how you define it. So for zero, I just left it blank. I put a semicolon and did nothing. So in simplest way, in simple words, let's say this is by default general format. I can custom. The first segment is for positives. I put a 0, that it should be a single digit. If I put a 2 zeros, what will happen? If I put a 2 0, then what will happen? How my numbers will be formatted?
Double numbers will come.
Yeah, instead of 5, it will say 05. So I'm saying show the single digit, single possible digit for positive numbers. For negative, semicolon. If I have any format for negative numbers, then I can define it. So I'll put bracket, then a 0, bracket close. This is for negative number, then a semicolon, and the after third semicolon, if I leave it, I don't define anything, which is for zeros, keep it blank. Now if I hit enter, all my zeros are gone and any negative value will come under brackets. Because that's how I've defined it. 0 for positive.
Vivek, if I have to highlight here, maybe in red, is it possibility
So
here itself I can?
that's why I recommend you first you select your
Okay.
format from custom, go to your specific type, select how you want to highlight, come to custom. So see here,
Right.
for positive, it's like this. For negative, it's red with
Yeah.
bracket. All I have to do is for now, just add a semicolon.
Yeah, got it.
So this is how I can hide a 0. The moment the number turns 0, it vanishes.
Vivek, one more thing. If I got some data like this, all zeros are hide, and I have to compare which cell is blank or which cell is zero, has zeros. How
That can be a challenge in this case. That which cell is 0, which cell is a blank. For that,
I have to choose, see one by one column.
so yeah, one by one column, or you just simply switch on, you convert properly. So what you can do is here you remove the semicolon. Then zero will appear back. And another way of defining it is I add a semicolon, and for zeros I put a hyphen. So now anything which is a blank.
Yeah, this looks fine.
So instead of leave it in blank, I can add actually you can write
I mean,
text.
simply we can convert it to the number so that it
Yeah.
automatically, I mean, come this part.
Yeah.
You know, dash.
So if you have come across such a situation, then you would just go to formatting and you simply switch to number. Everything comes back normal. Okay, but just in case if you want to hide it, because again in most of the cases it doesn't make sense, so I use custom formatting. Okay. Any questions?
So Vivek, I mean, we went through this process column by column. Is it because some of them were percentages, the others were
Yes.
currencies?
Yes.
So there's no one shot way unless we go to the entire table and just do custom and uniform, make it uniform.
So basically you using control, then you select multiple columns or multiple cells at one time and then do it.
But then this should be in the similar format. It should not be currency and number or a percentage.
Obviously, you can define one format at a time. So basically Excel works with on selection. So whatever selection you have done, you select, you define the format for those. So if I'll do OK, every zero will appear. Now custom, and I add a semicolon here. So using control, you can do multi-select.
Okay.
So you want to just copy these three columns. So using control, you copy this and then you can paste it. And there is one more way actually. If you quickly want to highlight those zeros, how can, sorry, blanks. So let's say these two are blanks, but it's not visible. I want to quickly, this is my table. In this area, I want to highlight all the blank cells.
Conditional formatting can be done now, where you put a color filter on the cells where it is blank.
I'll select the region, Control G, special, blanks.
But all blanks aren't getting colored, right? For example, in row 6, we have order quantity and sales as blank.
No, I've selected all this. Row 6, it's 0. It's not blank.
Okay. All right.
Control G, paste special, then I say blanks. It highlights a blank, I just give it a color. These are my blanks, rest are zeros.
Can conditional formatting be done in this case?
Yes, you can do that. Cell value.
Blanks.
Yeah. Where is there is a blank one. Ta -ta. I think I saw a blank one somewhere. I'll check and I'll let you know. But yes,
Okay.
you can do a conditional formatting.
Mm.
Yeah, blanks. Well,
Could you do it
yeah,
once again, please? Sorry.
yeah, it's okay. I know even I didn't realize. So conditional formatting, home, conditional formatting. You do more
More
rules,
rules.
and in the format only cells that contain
Mm.
what
Blanks.
exactly we want to format. So cell value is blanks. And then I define the format. So I give it a color. So
Okay.
this is how we can do it.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Let's move to the pivots. We have half an hour. So you can practice this on your own. Again, you will find articles and I'll post recording of this, but I have written articles on this for blanks as well, hiding zeros, quick bytes. I believe I have the article. Somewhere here. I'll send that article. Yeah, Excel quick bytes hiding zeros. So I've mentioned how you can do it. So you can refer to this as well. It's quite useful, especially when you're sending it to anyone and you want just put focus on the numbers, not on the blanks or the zeros, sorry. So I guess, we all can agree that reading this table is far easy as compared to this table.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Data to ink ratio. That's another concept. That's how it is.
Yes.
Great. So moving to the pivots, then we'll quickly do pivots. So first thing first, what we'll do is we'll copy only 2 years of data. So I'm doing 2010 and 2009 and paste special values and number formats. Again, it's recommended before you insert pivot, you convert it into a table. Once you convert into table, another recommendation is you assign it a proper name instead of table name. You give it a name and also the sheet name.
One challenge I face, Vivek, is when I convert an Excel sheet into a table. If you scroll towards right, the entire sheet gets, even beyond column O, PQRST also gets a column number. It starts saying column number some 56, for example. That's how it starts saying till the end of the sheet. So is it
So
because I'm not selecting it correctly?
yes, it is because you are not selecting it correctly. So you
So it
ensure
has
that,
to be the range.
yeah. Okay.
And is it, how can we go back? So if I've created a table and I have to
Mhm.
now go back to the original format, just like the Excel it was,
Mm.
is there a possible way to go back?
Table design, convert to range.
Okay. Okay. Generally, what I've typically been doing, I duplicate this sheet for pivot analysis, and I keep the original sheet as a copy. But I think it's doable.
Yeah, it is. So table design, convert to range.
Convert
Then
to range.
it will become regular Excel table, not special table like this. Okay. For some reason, Wasim is joining again and again. And I'm not able to admit him as well.
I think just now he called me. Your screen is not visible to him. So that is the reason.
Vivek?
Actually, he can't join. Yeah.
Actually, I just want to know, like, as you just showed now, how to convert it back. Like, once we have given this is a tabular form, and again we want to come back in its original form. Then you said something. No, what is the procedure for
Go
that?
to table. Select the table design or design. Then there is option of convert to range.
Table. Okay. Like we have to select the entire table.
No, anywhere in the table. You have to be
Anywhere in the
anywhere.
table. Okay.
Yeah.
Then to insert.
Nope. You have. Do you have this design table? Have you converted? This is a table for you, or it's a regular?
I converted. Yeah, I converted.
So go to design. Design menu.
This design menu is not coming now.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah. So this one.
Go to design. On the top left, top right, sorry.
Yeah, it's here. Okay.
Convert to range.
Then
on the left hand side.
Convert to range. Yes.
So how do you know it's not no longer a table?
I don't know. Like it's still
showing in
the
filters are gone.
Filters are gone. Plus, you don't have the select anywhere inside the table.
And the freeze option is also gone.
No, select anywhere inside the you're not getting the design menu.
Yeah.
That
But again, this
was-
color coding is already there, no? Means in
Color
previous,
because it's already there. Yeah, color is something because it's a format. It stays.
Okay.
It's basically the table
Okay,
feature is gone.
Okay.
So
the color
all
feature
those
will not go.
color you have to remove the format. Then you can clear the format. Select and no fill. So what you can do is let me share my screen. So if I convert into range, simple range, and let's say I forgot to remove, I want to clear all the formatting. So I go to fill and I'll say no color.
Oh.
So basically, then I've lost my table, but formatting remains. So I can then work on the formatting aspect. So coming back to again the pivot. So I've got 2 years of data. I have converted into table, give it a name. Now I have to insert a pivot, which is all DPF. I've got the pivot table, new sheet with the pivot table. Let me sort it alphabetically so that it's better for me. So now the question is, which order priority or which ship mode contributes towards the highest revenue? So what should be my step? Which ship mode has the highest revenue contribution?
Ship mode should be moved to rows.
No columns.
Or
Okay.
And sales into values.
Sales into values, yeah. And if you want to see the profit, then profit as well.
I want it in percentage. What is the percentage? Basically 4676 233 divided by this total.
Can you repeat it again?
So my revenue for regular air is 476 223.
So you have to go to maybe a quick analyzer by selecting this.
Here you will not get quick analysis here in pivot.
Okay.
So basically I need what is the percentage. So 476 233 divided by 1022373.
Right.
How can we do this? So the answer is, how we can do it, I'll drag and drop sales one more time into values. I'll go to the value field settings. I'll rename this as a percentage contribution. Now this time I want to show the sum. The default is I want to show the sum, but show value as percentage of column total.
And not percentage of grand total. I mean,
Which grand total here, in this case, grand total and column total are the same, but the idea is if you have to do it manually, how would you have done this? This divided by this?
the grand total, yes.
It's a column total, technically, not grand total.
I mean, when you selected as a percentage of column total, just below that there was an option of as a percentage of grand total. So
grand total. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that.
And
So this
quick
is
question.
the person.
Right. And column B, has it been renamed to revenue, or did it actually convert itself?
No.
Because we moved it to
rename it.
rename it.
You have
Because
to
it was
rename
sum
it.
of sales, I think, initially.
Sum
right?
of sales. By default, it gives you the calculation. So in the value field settings, I provided a proper name.
Okay.
Similarly, contribution. I mentioned percentage contribution, as can say revenue. And the best part about it is that if I do a filtration, this percentage contribution automatically happens. If I add layers, even though my percentage contribution works smoothly.
Vivek, how did you get that pop-up of customer segment?
This is not pop-up, this is slicer. Who can
I
tell
missed
how
that
we can get slicer? Yeah.
So what we do, we just go to that for sales settings part of the
Settings
and you just have to click on the customer segment. Customer segment. We are clicking on customer segment and add a slicer.
Right click and then add as a slicer.
Add a slicer.
Before I forget, Ranjit Kumar. So I can add as a slicer and I can have multiple slicers. And the benefit of the slicer, it looks nice, plus I can format it. So let's say customer segment.
Vivek, can we change this? Can we change the color of this slicer?
Yeah. So you click on the slicer, just like table, you get slicer options. So you can change the color, you can customize it, how many columns it can have. By default, it is one column. So you can have multiple slicers. Click on the slicer and then you can decide how many columns your slicer can have. So what exactly I'm looking at right now? Which figure I'm looking at right now?
Consumer segment in the Northwest Territories.
Yep. And if I have to select
Vijay,
Atlantic as well, yeah.
but before you proceed, I just want to see once again like how this percentage has come in this in pivot
Yeah,
now.
sure.
Total sum and
Yeah.
then the third column is percentage. So I'm not getting that
Who
point.
wants to who wants to volunteer? How one can show?
Because
Yeah,
if
I
I am
can.
taking it on another sheet, so there to we can take. But here in this pivot wala sheet, it is not coming.
I couldn't understand the last statement. You taking out on the other sheet, you can.
See, if I have put this pivot, okay, so this some of the values and other thing has come, and if in the same sheet, if I am trying to put in the percentage form, it is
Yeah.
not coming. If I am
Okay,
copying
sure.
this and I am
So
putting it another Excel sheet and then I am using that wala tool like
quick
we did earlier,
analysis.
no, for
You're
the
using quick
percentage quick
analysis. Yeah.
analysis. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Who can show?
So he wants percentage in pivot table, right? This is what I understood.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can try.
Looks like you're not that confident.
No, not right. I did. I just did. So, Shambhu, can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So here are the percentage.
Actually, a percentage of total is not right, by the way.
Oh, I've used it a victim. That's it. Because you were going little fast and I was a little slow. That is why.
Oh, okay.
So
So let's do it one.
yeah. So Shambhu, what I've done, sales was already there in the value columns. Revenue.
Okay.
If you can see the name revenue. Okay. So I again dragged and dropped sales into it, and I changed the name to percentage of total. Right.
Okay.
Then you go to value field settings. And you see show values as summarize values by and show.
Hold on. Mohit, you have not shared your desktop because we can't see your pop-up window.
Okay.
You need to share the desktop.
And how do you do that?
It's the first option.
Share screen instead of share Excel. Do that. Share content पे जाके screen number 1 ऐसा लिख के आएगा.
Sharing it properly, I guess. Just a second.
Okay. Mohit, let me do it here because we have some time constraint right now. Okay, but you can guide me here. So I have a revenue over here. So let me remove other thing.
Okay.
Okay. So I have revenue over here. Now I need a percentage as well. What is a percentage
Yes.
contribution?
Yes,
So
yes,
far,
yes.
percentage of the same revenue, which is sales right now. Let's call it sales so that we don't get confused. So sales. Oops, sailors, not sales. I can't name the same sales. So I'll drag and drop sales one more time.
Yeah.
It's giving me the sum of sales.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, but I need this value to be shown as a percentage.
Percentage. Yeah.
Not the
Yeah.
absolute
Percentage
value,
of
but
the
the percentage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for that, I'll do value field settings. So for the second drop, I'll go value field settings. Since I need it as a sum, so I'll keep it sum, and this time show value as. The first option is summarize values by. Second option is show value as.
Percentage. Percentage
By
of column.
default, it says no calculation. I'll say percentage of column total because I want to divide 476 223 divide by the total of the column, and I rename it as percentage sales. And okay, that's it. Understood?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can have as pivot, you can have multiple layers. We call it hierarchy. So when you drag drop other fields, you get to see. So I've drag drop product container in it. So now I get to see by regular air which if I have to do conditional formatting, I can apply conditional formatting in this as well. So with this, any cell selected, let's say I want to do conditional formatting on sales. So cell selected, go to home, conditional formatting, let's say do data bar. I'll select any data bar I need. And the moment I do that, I get this option. Click on this small box and you select the last option, all cells showing sales value for product and product container. Then it automatically applies to all the cells. And it's dynamic. So basically you select the cell, go to home, conditional formatting, and you pick the conditional formatting you want, at the moment we're using data bar. The moment you select it, you get this small pop-up window, not exactly pop-up, but additional window. You click on that and you select the last option.
Vivek, a question. So when we do this conditional formatting and we use data bars, I mean, for um, from a visualization perspective, this is my personal observation that I don't find it very intuitive many times because the bigger values cover almost the entire cell, while the smaller values are so small that yes, on a very 360-degree fit, I can really make that distinction that this is a very small contribution versus a very high contribution. But beyond that, there is nothing else that I can derive. Am I missing some aspect here?
No, that's the purpose of data bar, by the way. Basically, it shows where are the highest values and where are the lowest. Primarily, it shows where the highest, lowest, as you mentioned, it doesn't show. It's so intuitively, that's the only purpose. That by looking at it, let's say if this is not sorted, right now I've sorted it. If this is not sorted, so I've sorted it alphabetically right now. Now you get to know. Otherwise, if I don't have a conditional formatting on it, now identifying the larger values, you have to read each and every number.
Right, or at least look at the percentage of sales to really derive the
Again,
largest.
each and every number.
Sure.
If you apply a conditional formatting, then it kind of jumps right out. Right? So that's the only benefit. Okay? And that's the only purpose, by the way. So moving forward, I know I'm going a little bit fast right now because I want you to I want to cover some features which you should practice as well. But feel free to ask questions. It doesn't mean that I will not answer those. So let me remove the conditional formatting right now so that I'm not getting distracted. We'll do conditional formatting more on day 3. Now, this percentage, what we are getting is this 11.15 is percentage of what?
Large box within regular air and a percentage of grand total.
This one. So basically 114030 divided by 10222373. Now there could be that within regular air, what is the percentage of large box? So what will be the formula then? I'll divide this by which number?
473,223.
This one. Right?
Yeah.
So it is 23%. 24%. How can I get this number? So again, I'll drag and drop sales one more time. Value field settings. Show value as. percentage of parent total. And what is my parent here?
Boxes?
No.
Regular air.
Regular air.
Which field is my parent? I have two fields, ship mode and product container. What is 476? Ship mode.
It's a ship mode.
So I'll select ship mode. So 11 overall, it's 11%. Within regular air, large box contributes towards 23% or 24% of the sale. Small box 60.85%, 61%.
Vivek, if we sort this column D as well, will it sort it across categories or?
Yeah. So you can pick and choose which column on which you want to sort, and it will sort it accordingly. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't get it. I am actually practicing on my Excel also side by side, so I'm a bit slow.
Okay. So I'll show it one more time. Conceptually, you have understood what we are trying to achieve?
Yeah, we are trying to get the percentage of large box in the regular air.
Yeah, basically parent. There is a parent. This one is the overall total. Percentage of overall total. Now I want get a percentage of parent total. My previous parent is regular air. So for regular air, how much is for small box? What is that percentage? 60.85. How can we get this number? For this, we again drag and drop the sales revenue because I want this number divided by this number, which is sales. Now, this time in value field settings, go to show value as, and I'll select percentage of parent total. Earlier we selected percentage of column total. This time percentage of parent total, and now it asks me who is the parent, what is the divisor, which field is denominator, which one is the ship mode, regular air, delivery truck, express air. These are my ship modes.
Ship modes, okay.
So I'll select ship mode. I can give it a name, percentage of, let's say, ship mode.
When I selected this percent of means parental total, automatically it is ship mode is highlighted.
Yeah, because at the moment, right now, in your visual, it's a ship mode. But there you can actually define percentage of parent total. You can actually define if there is any other parent.
Okay.
So you can have some other parent as well, as in some other hierarchy. Yeah. Any questions? So this is ship mode. Important point. Now at times what happens is with one visual, not all the questions can be answered. So I need to create multiple pivot tables. For that, do not insert multiple pivot table. Just copy this entire table. Either go to a new sheet and paste it. And then remove elements. So copy your entire table. Go to a new sheet and then paste it and remove all the elements and then start over. Do not insert multiple pivot table if your data source is same. Because each table, every time you do it, it adds to your RAM. So unnecessary, you're adding tables or memory size. So your file will become slow. So simply copy paste and you will get say exact those options. All right. So I've copy pasted in the new sheet, and this time I would like to do a month over month or year over year calculation for, again, let's say profit this time. So I put a profit here. A profit is coming to be 65,937. My month data is in order month, so I'll put it in the rows. By default, the moment you put a date information in a pivot, by default it creates a hierarchy. So it has created years and quarters. It has automatically added year and quarter field. It has grouped your data. So the first level is year, second level is quarter, third level is month. So let's say you don't need a quarter right now. I remove the quarter and I can put, sorry, order month here and year here.
How do you transform the from year to month in the visualization? Could you repeat that step, please?
I'll start from the scratch. So I've now, the objective is that I want to analyze profit. So I drag drop profit in here under values. Now I want to do it by date or month. So the moment I put the month month data into rows, pivot automatically creates a hierarchy. So for a date, the hierarchy is year, quarter, and month. It has added a field for quarters and years as well. Now at the moment I want to do a month level and year level information. So I'll remove quarters from my visualization. So I have year and then I have month. But this visual is not that helpful. I cannot compare. So what I need is that my month should be in rows and year should be in columns. So I drag years into column.
Okay, understood.
Again, you can do add slicer for customer segment, and you can analyze by each customer segment. Alternatively, you can add customer segment in the rows, and for each customer segment you get year over year. Expand, collapse entire field. For each customer segment, you get year over year profit. So pivot makes it pretty easy. All you have to do is drag drop.
How to get this pivot table fields?
What do you mean by that?
Like when I click a cell, it goes off.
Right click, show field list. You have to be on pivot.
From where it will appear? What did you do?
So first thing first, you have to select the pivot table. Let's say if you have crossed out the pivot table list. First thing first, you have to click on the pivot table, then right click, show field list.
Show field list. Right field list. Okay, so clicking on the numbers while when I select a blank cell, it goes off.
Yeah, if you're outside the pivot table, then it will not show.
Okay. So at the same time, we can analyze only one thing, or we can make different tables. In the same pivot table, we can different columns.
What do you mean by that?
Like earlier, we are analyzing small box, large box, and now we are doing like month wise.
Mm-hmm. So you want to analyze this monthly by what? By ship?
No. Earlier, we are doing practice on the ship mode,
Mm-hmm.
and the like this small box, large box.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can't do the same on the single like sheet.
And what do you mean by single sheet here? What exactly you want
Like
to analyze here?
I'm saying this, that our source file is same. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
From that source file, I create one pivot table. In that pivot table, what we have understood first, this small box, regular air, sales, percentage of sales. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now after that, we are analyzing the month-wise sales, na?
Mm-hmm.
So for
month-wise sales
pivot table, we have to create another pivot table.
So again, you want to analyze month-wise sale for the small box and large box? Is that what you want? Further drill down?
Actually, what I understood, he want to say that why we are creating this two Excel sheet. Why not in one Excel sheet we will get all the information?
It's not visually appealing, by the way.
Yeah, and it looks so complicated.
Yes.
Or and we can do it. I think we can do it in a
The
pivot
answer
table
is you
by
can do it. Yeah, you can do it.
by just it completely depends upon us that what kind of data we want to analyze.
Yeah, and how you want to present your information. So it's not
Yeah.
visually appealing. That's the primary reason. So you can have multiple sheets. Segregation of information, if you segregate it, then it looks better. It's easily managed. And you can say somebody, instead of scrolling down, it's easy to move or guide somebody between the sheets. So ship mode, this is, I can say, monthly performance. So we can have that type of information.
And we can have ship mode here, maybe monthly performance by ship mode.
Yeah. So what I can do is I can, so instead of years here, I'll remove it. I'll put order month here, and then I put ship mode in the rows. So pivot table slicer settings, hide items with no data, and make it 2 columns. Grid lines off. So for 2009, this is the data by ship mode. For 2010, this is it for each month. So pivot gives you flexibility to play around. The only thing I would recommend is that the better you organize your visuals, it's easy for you. So then you can guide your audience which sheet to refer to versus where to scroll. So you can have multiple tables within one sheet. There is no problem doing that. If your business justification, if you have proper business justification or a requirement, you should do that. You can have multiple tables within one sheet. This is for ship mode. You can have this for, what do you say? Province. Right? (2009, 2010). So you can create a very simple looking report out of your data and quickly analyze it.
So Vivek, what is the usage of this recommended pivot table? Is it same or different?
It's the same, but basically it gives you it tries to understand the data itself and gives you recommendation that these are the views which you can create. So what you're doing it manually, Excel is giving you ready-made option. That's the only thing.
So if it is giving ready-made options, so I think in the initial days it will be more useful.
No, I would recommend
No.
initial days put effort. Once you're comfortable,
Okay.
then use this.
Okay.
Otherwise, you will basically you will never come out of your comfort zone to learn.
Okay.
Right? In the initial days, if you'll find the easy way, you will always go for an easy way. And not all the time you will get all the recommendation meeting your requirement.
Yes, that is the crucial thing.
That's so any which ways you have to ensure that you are comfortable enough to create your own views, which meets your requirement.
But here, like we are playing more, means we have to put the data here or there, so that means we can get our customized visuals like that. This pivot.
At the moment, at the moment, because we don't know what is a client requirement, so we are trying to play with different views. But when you know what client wants or what I have to present, then you will go for specific. That this is the view I'm looking for.
Okay. So we are dragging the things and putting it under column, rows, and values. But what is the usage of this filter? Under this filters, like that is the first column,
Slicer.
means uppermost.
Slicer. What you do in a
No,
slicer?
in this side by side we did, na. So on the top means the first icon is filter, then column, then rows, and then value.
Filter is same as slicer. You do exact same thing with filters. So instead of.
So can you please show me like how, if at all I want to use filter, then how can I use it?
So I drag and drop ears into filters. Now I select ear from here.
Oh. Okay.
But it doesn't look that nice. It's not interactive. You can have as many filters as you want. It's just like slicers. Similarly, you can have slicer.
Okay.
So customer segment, I added slicer. Now, which one will you prefer, the filter or the slicer? I personally prefer slicers. Looks more professional than a regular filter.
Please show me this slicer once again. How to use it?
What do you mean by how to use it?
No, like from where the slicer is coming, is this upper, these boxes? Yeah.
In the field list, whatever you want to add or filter your views. For example, I want to add slicer is for filtering. Right now, I'm looking information for corporate for 2009.
Okay.
Right. So customer segment. Let's say I'm doing for ship mode. So if I'll do a ship mode, right click, add as a slicer. I have 3 ship modes.
Okay.
Now when I do a delivery truck, express here. These are my slicers.
So it depends on data also. If you would have only one thing in that, then this will not work.
One thing in what?
Say like in ship mode, you have 3 different ship modes.
Yes, obviously.
So if only one mode is there, then there is no
obviously.
much use of this. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just that when in my data, I want to view my sales performance based on ship mode, order priority, by province, by region, which region has highest, which customer segment, which product category. is selling the most, which year it sold the most, and all that questions can be answered when you can summarize it quickly and you can view information quickly. And how you can view those information quickly? Using pivots. We have not used a single formula. We have just used drag drop options. So we are calculating percentages, and it's dynamic. The best part, it's dynamic. It's based on the selection we are making. It's quickly changing it accordingly, and I can actually use it. Right?
And we can copy and paste this from here to any other sheet, to any
Yep.
other PowerPoint,
Yep.
Word.
Yep. You can use that. So you can paste special image. You can do all that.
Yeah. Great.
It's here like any regular Excel table. The way you copy paste, you can do it. Pivots are, as I said, I've been using pivots for good 16 years now and still using it. It's really powerful. I hardly use formulas. I use pivots mostly. And especially you guys where you are into some decision making and you are not into MIS reports, you're not supposed to create reports. Pivots are really handy in such cases. You can quickly summarize it. You can quickly create tables, add calculations. So what is the maximum sale for each or minimum sale? So what all you have to do is drag drop. What is the average sale? Okay, my average sale is this. What is the maximum sale? And drag drop. Maximum sale is this. Without applying a formula, and then for each region, for each customer segment, I can do all this. So I can quickly answer my questions. It's easy to create. Pivots are very powerful. Right, any other questions, guys? I guess we're done for the day.
So what you are doing on the slicer, on the filter? I catch you like clicking on the filter of the slicer. So what this implies to?
You meant this icon?
Yeah.
It's removing
Yes.
basically. Right now, which slicer is selected? Which option is selected? In this region.
In region, it is Ontario.
Ontario. So I have to remove it. Basically, select all.
Okay.
If I have to do multi-select, I use control. Using control, I can do multi-select. Now if I have to clear the filter, so this filter clearing.
Okay.
At the moment I've selected 3 regions. So for 3 regions, Quebec, Yukon and West, this is my sale. Okay, fine, I'm done. For an overall, this is my overall sale. So it's from clearing all your any selection basically. The way you do it for, so I've selected these, not this one, let me put this. I've selected 3, 4, 2 options. If I have to clear it, you see the icon, clear. The filter removes, same panda, clear filter. Right, any other questions? I can be here for another 15 minutes to answer any questions if you have. Otherwise, thank you for joining. I hope today's session was a little heavy, but you find it useful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Hope to see you on Friday.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vivek. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Thanks, Sandeep. Thanks, Gaurav.
Yeah, Vic, thank you so very much. If you're here for 5 minutes, can you teach me one more thing, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so can we go to the parent sheet? The sales, the practice file, sample sales.
So you want me to go to this sheet or the other file?
No, the same, but the practice file you share with all of us. The
Okay.
sample sales is the tab.
Okay.
Sheet name.
I'm there.
So just wanted to understand again, how these zero games and how these zeros go.
Right. So this is all about formatting. So Excel has so any number has three properties. Either it can be positive, it can be negative, or it's a zero. The threes. Okay. So in Excel, formatting of all this is being divided into three parts, separated by a semicolon.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first part formatting is for positive, how the positive numbers are being formatted. Second part is for negative, and the third part is for zero, how you wanna format the zeros. So what we do is in such cases, if you have to hide the zeros, so first select all the cells. You pick the formatting depending on what you need, how you want your numbers to be presented. So for example, this is order quantity. And decimal, there should not be decimal places, and if there is a negative number, how the negative number should be presented, so you select that. Then you go to custom. Once you've made the selection, you go to custom. You will find Excel has applied a formatting of its own, a code of its own.
Yeah.
This is for positive, this is for negative.
Red is for negative.
Yeah, semicolon. Look at the semicolon. After semicolon, it's a negative. There is no formatting for zeros at the moment. So basically zeros are visible. So once I put a semicolon, now I've started defining how my zeros will be visible. If I leave it blank, if I don't do anything, my zeros will be gone.
Okay, cool.
And so look at here, look here. If I have to do it single decimal place, single number, so it's a 0. If I need one decimal place, I'll say 0.0 for positive. I'm done defining the positive, so I'll put semicolon. Now for negative, if this is an order quantity, I know that there is no negative number here. Order quantity can't be negative. So I can choose to skip, so I can put another semicolon. So negative will also become blank. This, what does this mean? How will you read this in Excel? Let me see your understanding. If you have applied this formatting, 0.0 semicolon, then followed by another semicolon.
In the place of negative, you have in last negative you added semicolon, so it will not take any negative thing.
So if I use this, any positive number, look at here, any positive number, if I add a positive number 9, it will be displayed as 9.0, because for positive,
because you selected it 0.0.
0.0.
Yeah.
Any negative number, -9, if I do -9, it will vanish. It's here, but it's vanished because for negative, I did not apply anything. I said, show it blank. If I mention in brackets 0.0 in brackets, if I do this, if I apply this formatting, what will happen? Any negative number will be displayed like this. Or if I add a minus sign here as well, whatever formatting I'm going to apply for negative, it's going to come. Because for negative, I mentioned it should be like this in brackets. For zeros, I said nothing. So the moment I transform to 0, blank. If I mention anything after this, if I write my name, sorry, in double quotes I have to write. I'm saying for zeros in double quotes. Type 0. 12, 0.0, 0.0. If I for decimal, if I'll put minus. If I put minus 12, it will put minus 12 in brackets, but no decimal places. For zeros, it's blank because I said after the third for 0, there is nothing.
Got it. Need to practice it.
Yeah. Refer to the article which I shared.
Yeah,
That would
but
give you
I've saved it in my bookmark. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure you will find some information there useful. Okay.
Yeah, sure, definitely. Because it's not a one-time exercise. It will.
Yeah, it's not one time, but it's a very useful thing to understand.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Very.
Great. Any other questions?
That's all from my side.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How about others? Any questions you have, guys?
No, thanks.
All right. You're welcome. So hope to see you on Friday. Please practice as much as you can.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, guys, for your time. I'll see you
It
Friday.
was data modeling with Excel, right?
Sorry?
The link for this blog was data modeling.
No, hiding zeros.
Okay, hiding zeros. Okay.
On the chat, you will find that link. I've put the link on the chat. I can put it again. Just
Yeah, I'm scrolling it. Yeah.
No, I have it handy, so I can put it.
So that will be
There you
great.
go. For some reason, Wasim Muhammad is facing issues for logging, and
Yeah, I myself has admitted him around 4 to 5 times.
I don't know what's happening with him. But yeah. Okay.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Take care. Bye.